2nd of July. A special welcome to Bishop Anne Van, did I say Jen or Gen? From the Anglican Bishop of Dunedin, who will open the meeting with a prayer. Councillor Vandervis, we're just starting. Oh, yep, you got your button. Oh, it's flashing. You might need to grab the other. Is it going to work? Oh, yeah, cool.
Working now?
Yes.
Let's pray. He honore, he kororia, mangaronga ke te whenua, whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Dear God, you are closer to us than our own breath, and know us more deeply than we know ourselves. Hear us now in the silence of our hearts as we bring to you the work ahead of us today. We lift into your gentle love the people and situations we've left to come here. We lift into your mighty love the people we serve through this work. Knowing your particular love for the vulnerable and excluded, the voiceless and forgotten, we pray for such grace in our decisions that they are not forgotten by us. Knowing the gentleness and care with which Jesus healed the sick, we pray for such wisdom in our decisions that our communities will be able to receive the care and healing they need. Spirit of justice, Creator Spirit, help us to make and keep this place a home for all its different peoples. And grant us such imagination, skill and energy that we may live in safety and there may grow among us aroha and peace. And now, mate mare ati atua, e kore nei e taia te whakaro, e tiaki o koto ngako o koto hinengaro I roto I a karaiti ihu. A kia mau kia uho ki kia koto, te manaki a te atua kaharawa, a te matua, a te tama, a te wairua tapu, ai nei a ake tonu atu. Amine.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you very much. We now move to the public forum. Understanding Orders 14.1, a total of up to 30 minutes is available for the public forum. Under the Chair's discretion, I am restricting the speaking time permitted for all presenters to ensure that everyone can be heard. As such, there is 5 minutes allocated for each speaker, which allows for your presentation and questions. And presenters were sent the information before the public forum today. The timer will be shown on the screen behind me. A note to presenters to please push the button on your microphone every time you speak, and this is necessary for the taping of the meeting and so that everyone can hear you. It will automatically turn off when another person presses the button if somebody asks a question. So I'll call Mike Taylor to the table, please, who is going to talk about ongoing strikes by firefighters, the issues that they are raising, how they affect Dunedin, and what council can do to help resolve the dispute. Welcome, Mike. Did you get the microphone instructions? Yeah. Push the button.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So my name's Mike Taylor. I'm a firefighter in Dunedin, and I'm also the Secretary of the Dunedin branch of the New Zealand Professional Firefighters Union. As you're probably aware, Fire and Emergency New Zealand and the PFU are in the middle of an industrial dispute. Our contract expired 752 days ago, and our FENS are now refusing to negotiate further. Firefighters are now striking for 2 one-hour strikes each week, and this afternoon we'll be taking our 47th one-hour strike, which you're all invited to, of course. No firefighter wants to strike, but the government and FENS are still refusing to talk. One of the biggest issues facing firefighters is trying to get across the seriousness of everyday issues we see on the front line to the public and to the government. The 2 one-hour stoppages each week do increase the risk to Dunedin, but it must be understood that risks are already present, just not noticed outside of the organisation. For example, FENS has failed to adequately staff the fire stations around Dunedin for 50% of the year so far. We have many recorded incidents of trucks breaking down en route or while attending incidents. Firefighters don't receive any live fire training once they leave their initial recruit course at the start of their career. At least 2 of fire stations. Oh, thanks, mate. I'll run out of batteries, I think. At least 2 of our fire stations are desperately in need of replacing or serious remediation for which there is no budget. And FENS management are reneging on an agreement to pay a fair wage to frontline staff reached in our previous settlement, despite giving themselves a 2.5% pay rise last week on top of their negotiated collective agreement. All of these issues directly or indirectly affect Dunedin residents and businesses who are paying for an effective fire service and are not getting one. We have just come to the end of a government select committee investigation into the mismanagement of FENS fleet, and the results should be out over the next few weeks. But during the hearings, evidence was presented to FENS management that legitimises the issues that firefighters have been raising for years now. We are currently gathering support for a petition to get a general inquiry into fire and emergency and have nearly 50,000 signatures so far. So I'm asking you, as the leaders of our city, to act on behalf of Dunedin residents and businesses to ask for accountability from FENS and from government. Why don't we have the service we deserve? When will firefighters stop striking? How can we have faith that our residents and businesses owners' money is being used effectively? We've seen councils from elsewhere in New Zealand publicly asking questions of FENS, and I think it would send a strong message to add Dunedin to this list of cities that demand better for its people. I'm available to discuss this further at a later date and present evidence to back my claims if the council decides to act. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions around the age of and state of the fire trucks that are in the city. Could you give an update on that, please?
Yeah, that hasn't changed since we last spoke. We've got trucks, in fact, on the run at the moment. We're running a 30-year-old truck, a 31-year-old truck, and we're about to get online a nearly 40-year-old ladder appliance. We have recently received one of the new trucks, but it has since broken down and it's sitting in the backyard waiting for repair.
And if people wish to sign the petition, whereabouts can they sign that?
So I might leave a couple of flyers here for you folks if you don't mind. So through the dire emergency website here, or you can reach that through the NZPFU website also.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. It's excellent to know about that. And the 2 fire stations that you mentioned that you've got concerns about, which ones are they?
So Dunedin City Station, obviously it's a lovely building, but it is a unreinforced masonry building on a state highway, so it poses a particular threat. And Lookout Point Fire Station as well.
Councillor Treadwell. We have to keep it short, we've just got a little while left.
Kia ora, Mr. Taylor. You mentioned that that FENS reneged on a pay rise offer that had previously been agreed to during negotiations. Have they presented justification for that?
Yeah, that's quite difficult to explain in 10 seconds, but if you can flick me an email, I'll be happy to send the evidence of that to all of you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Really appreciate your work for our community.
Thanks very much.
We're out of time. Peter Foster, who will talk about sea level rises.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm about the climate issue that you're facing today. Now, Nobel laureate Richard Feynman described the scientific method in these terms. First, we guess it. So our guess is CO2 drives climate change. Then we compute the consequences of that guess to see if this guess is right and to see what it would imply. This is what the models do. Then we compare the computation results to nature, or compare to experiment, compare directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with observations, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. So let's compare methodologies for sea level analysis, for example. We have in Dunedin the Otago Harbour tide gauge, which is over 100 years old. So scientists will plot the sea level over that period of time. And if it's a straight, it might be a straight line, it might be a curve. And then if you want to know the future, you just extrapolate, you extend that curve or line into the future to see what it will be. That line at the moment is steady on 1.35 millimetres a year. But that's not how the models do it. The models try and recreate the circulation of the Earth with all its changes in air flow up and down and around the world, changes in water vapour, changes in albedo and so on. And from that they calculate or try to calculate if there's an increase in CO2, what would be the effect of that on the melting of the ice, on the expected warming, on the thermal expansion of the ocean and so on. And from that they come to some conclusion about how much sea level will rise. Now, a lot of that is theoretical, virtually none of it is based on observation. And the next stage is to compare those statements with observation. Now, if they don't track with observation, then they're wrong. And their projection of a metre sea level rise by 2100 is simply wrong. The sea level has not changed in 70 years that CO2 has been rising. Carbon dioxide has been rising. The sea level has not accelerated one bit. And in fact, the earthquake last week just lifted Dunedin by 2 millimetres, wiped out a year or two's sea level rise. Now, the IPCC has told you that scenario 8.5, which is mandated for use in New Zealand, is now off the books. It's implausible. That means that all the scary scenarios you have heard for the last 30 years are gone, including that sea level rise. So I have sent you that document yesterday or the day before, which you can see the actual evidence for yourself that there's been no increase in any form of extreme weather. Indeed, in the IPCC, I suggest you read the IPCC's report, in which they said the signal of climate change has yet to emerge above natural variation for the following phenomena, and cite about every form you can think of. So, with that off the books, and the fact that for 30 years you've had these projections, none of which have ever come true. It's a case of how many times must Chicken Little fall?
Can I just remind the gallery to please keep quiet and show respect to the speaker?
So I think what the DCC needs to do is firstly to recognise that the projections for South Dunedin are wrong. So climate consideration for South Dunedin should come off completely. Any plan that involves that should be removed. And you should just simply deal with the pipes, because that is the issue for South Dunedin. Second thing is, your climate emergency that was declared some years ago is now redundant. There is no justification, because all the scary stories that caused it to come into effect have now been removed by the IPCC. Thirdly, all net zero activity should cease, because the number of countries that are actually trying to do anything is minuscule. In the time that I've been speaking, China has put out more carbon dioxide than New Zealand puts out in a whole year. Anything you do is irrelevant. As one scientist said, a rounding error.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. We're out of time. Thank you for coming.
That's right. Thank you.
And now I'd like to ask John Burnip to come and speak about the Taieri mouth speed reduction. He uses 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors and council staff. I wish to briefly make comment on the request for a speed reduction on the Brighton-Taieri Road, especially in relation to the petitions organised by Louise Farmer of Taieri. The petition is headed to stop the speed limit reduction on Taieri Road. It was presented to the Deputy Mayor prior to the previous council meeting. At that time, with a total of in excess of 500 signatures. Since this date, I have received on my Facebook feed a request to add my name to the petition, which of course I declined. I noted the signatures are now totalling 836. It's obvious that only a small percentage of these signatures come from the area of Taieri, which has a population of 350. The petition also alludes to the need of removal of foliage and vegetation to provide clearer vision. Removal of foliage and vegetation will in no way change the structure of the road or remove bends and undulations. The demanding tone of the petition, of course, concerns me. It appears that no one has actually travelled at the lowest speed to truly understand the time difference from 100 kilometres an hour to 80 kilometres an hour, which over the distance is less than 1 minute. The time noted in the council report was a difference of 54 seconds. I question whether the submitters of the petition have read or researched all the information from the council's submission report. The Saddle Hill Community Board have supported the reduction of speed through the hamlet of Kuri Bush. It's disappointing to note that they haven't supported their local community in regards to the request to the extension of 80 kilometres for the total 13k of the road. While they canvassed people at Taieri via social media and the wider community via the Brighton Gala Day, it's disappointing that they did not canvass the people on the stretch of road. And in conclusion, I would like to thank the councillors past and present who have supported me in our request. I'd also like to thank council staff, call centre and front desk personnel, and especially Janine Benson and Lynn Anderson for their polite, professional and knowledgeable assistance that I have received. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. You obviously submitted at the time on the Taieri speed limit, and you support the proposal for it to be reduced to 80k for the full 13 kilometres. You live in that area.
Yes, I support the reduction of speed, and I have lived in the area for 52 years. Yeah, on the road for 52 years.
Councillor Mayhem.
I wondered if you could describe for us the types of traffic that you have on that stretch of scenic coastline.
There's a lot of holiday makers, particularly in the summer months, camper vans, caravans. We have a continuous stream of log trucks running up and down the road, starting probably from about 4 o'clock in the morning and going through till probably 7 on most nights. There's probably just not a large group of people from the Taieri area that are continuously speeding, and it has made it extremely difficult for all the people who live on the road, and that's because everyone on the road has a blind entrance and exit, and that goes from the 80 kilometre sign at Big Stone Road right through to the Dunedin boundary. There's not one safe entrance exit.
Councillor Treadwell.
Kia ora, Mr. Burnip, and thanks for presenting. I think you've partly answered my question already, but So is it the case that residents of Kuri Bush Road have often driveways that go directly onto this 100-kilometre stretch?
Yes, every single residence on that road have exits onto that road.
Thank you for the clarification.
There are no other questions, so thank you very much for coming today. And we'll be discussing that matter later today, and I'm sure you'll be keeping an eye on it. Raywin Podofsky, who is going to talk about pre-circulated information on the outcome of the amalgamation for ratepayers.
Hello. I guess you would have, the councillors would have read this, so I don't want to talk for too long. I've made some assumptions based on the fact that I don't know what the terms that you have been given by the government regarding what is a council. I did hear before that there's a population stipulation regarding bigger entities, but my argument is, I don't know whether you will do it, but I just kind of think that it would be quite worthwhile to point out to the government that that Dunedin is the biggest city by area in the South Island, and that because they've said that the ORC will be going, there needs to be somebody, some local body there. You know how they talk about foxes and chicken houses? There needs to be somebody. It seems to me that it would be effective if the DCC took on that role. So it's over to you how you make your submission. The other thing about the three waters is that it's quite clear that the DCC is quite a way ahead of other entities like Clutha and Waitaki with their three waters. And you know, I've been in my business has been as an accountant, and I'm kind of playing hardball by saying I wouldn't take on a partnership with anybody whose debt is going to get bigger, and they're not as far ahead as the council with three waters, and also I've been up the Waitaki Valley, I've been up the Clutha Valley. I think it's really important that those like Clutha and Waitaki, they kind of relate themselves to the communities further inland more than we do. And I think that may be the reason why they're reluctant to go into a partnership with the big city. Says the lady who's waiting for an eye operation. That's 2 minutes now, isn't it? I think... the other thing is returning Port Otago to the Dunedin City. I think that if you do put in something to be a unitary body, that there's going to be extra work. Somebody has to take on that. Somebody local, somebody in Otago needs to take on the fact that somebody in Queenstown might ring up and say there's something happening in the river out there and staff have to go. So I kind of think that actually, if the DCC then owned the port company, that's another income stream to help with what the ORC is now doing. I guess there'll be a big fight about it, but it just seems to me that it may be a good idea to put forward that option to the government. That's enough, I think.
Thank you. I have Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I was going to bring up the Port of Otago, and then you added that to the end of your speech. So would you see that as a huge asset for Dunedin and useful to all of Otago too?
Yes, and the other thing...
Just push the microphone.
The other thing about it, Mandy, is that the communities, like I live in Roseneath, Port Chalmers. I mean, we've got all those trucks on the roads now, and when the inland port at Mosgiel comes, I mean, those people out there have already got traffic issues, and they're going to get more. And if you've got access to that stream of income from the port, then that money should be used to kind of mitigate. That's kind of what I think.
Okay, thank you. We are out
5
of time.
minutes.
Yep, thank
Sorry.
you for coming along. Okay, thank you. And Robin Vintner to talk about amalgamation and South Dunedin flooding solutions. Welcome, Robin.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I would like to start by discussing the amalgamation process that is being foisted on the country in record speed. I had gained the impression that by combining councils we'll be able to reduce the rates rise. However, a couple of weeks ago I read a Facebook post from Shane Murray, a prolific researcher and writer, who pointed out that the model of Auckland Super City showed rates up 85% there since 2010, staff numbers higher than the 8 separate councils that were merged into one, and a local government academic, Dr. Andy Asquith, who studied the Auckland amalgamation specifically, found efficiency gains were, in his words, hard to determine. The Infrastructure Commission released a report in 2022 that found no evidence that larger councils are more efficient than smaller ones. None. That research exists and it is documented. The government is proceeding anyway. End of quote. I heard a presentation from a Hamilton councillor last week who made the point that the Hamilton councillors are all mainly urban and wouldn't necessarily know or understand the issues that the surrounding rural areas are facing. I think if we were to amalgamate with areas that are more rural, we would need to have good ward-type representation to help them feel that they're being heard by this new council. I understand that there is an extraordinary meeting on August the 3rd, but last night when I last looked, it wasn't on the DCC calendar yet, so is that another meeting that's going to be behind closed doors? And I believe that there have been mayoral meetings, not necessarily here, but around the country, and I'm hoping that councillors are included in some of these so that they don't come to meetings unprepared. And if we don't have any public inclusion before August the 3rd, then we haven't got much time until August the 9th to get public input. South Dunedin has become the issue it should have been back in 2015 at the very least. On July 7th, the Dunedin Area Citizens Association, DACA, held a public meeting ostensibly for Dunedin ratepayers to meet the councillors and bring up issues they wanted discussed. Unfortunately, there were only half of the councillors there, which was a shame, as this public consultation was being handed to you on a platter. This was an opportunity to listen to the people. The audience was an organic group of homeowners with questions about a range of topics for the first part of the evening, before we heard some heartfelt stories from people who had been impacted by the flooding in South Dunedin, and the public announcement of the possibility of their homes being sold, our largest assets. Those with mortgages could find that their properties declined so far they would have no equity left in their homes. This was shocking news, and how would you feel if that happened to you? This on top of the fact that the council had asked for legal advice but chose to ignore it. There were also speakers with an engineering experience in the room. The South Dunedin Stormwater Justice Group was represented by Julian Dorey and Neil Johnson, who'd written an excellent report which I think you may have all received. Julian had some excellent searching questions he asked of the council. He was polite and firm. He wanted answers, not just a smoothing over of the issues. Councillor Lund produced figures that highlighted the extreme threefold rate increases that the South Dunedin future options would create that clearly demonstrated these options are highly unaffordable and crippling for Dunedin as a whole. He also explained water table data that showed very modest rates or rises that were 6 times lower than extreme climate modelling predictions. This managed retreat approach is being promoted throughout the country, and councils have been given a directive from the MP Simon Watts. I would like to think that this is considered with all the discussions and decisions that have to be made. At the end of the long meeting, Rob Soulsby put a motion to the floor, which I seconded. There was a unanimous vote to have this presented to the council, and I printed it off and given it to Lynn Adamson to make sure you all have a copy. The motion put was that the ORC and DCC proceed with a pipes and pumps drainage investigation as an urgent priority, that the terms of reference of the investigation include A, the Honourable Simon Watts, Minister for Climate Change and Local Government Directive, that councils do not use extreme climate modelling and provide practical and affordable solutions for ratepayers. Secondly, the Dunedin public are kept informed at all stages of the investigation. And thirdly, the final report is peer-reviewed to international specialists. We ask that this resolution be tabled at respective council meetings to voice our extreme concerns on this matter and request responses accordingly, please.
Thank you. I have a question. You talked about some of the research on amalgamation, and I'm just wondering if you could please share that research. Yep, thank you. And we are, sorry, we're just out of time. Thank you. Can I call Dr. Jen Purdy, who's going to speak on the emissions target refresh? Welcome, Jen. You seem to have the microphone sorted.
Yes. Tēnā koutou katoa. I am Dr. Jen Purdy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a climate scientist at the University of Otago. I've been a climate scientist for the last 35 years. I do research in climate forecasting, climate impacts on industries, and the results of my climate change research are embedded in most major electricity models in New Zealand and many irrigation companies. I also run a consulting business helping companies integrate climate change knowledge into business planning and modelling, and I have advised councils and central government on future impacts from floods and droughts. I'm here to comment on the proposed citywide emissions target refresh and to encourage you to remain ambitious in your emissions reduction targets. I realise today what's on the table today is just the structure and not the ambition, but I'm here to jump in early and encourage you. First, I would really like to acknowledge the good work you've done. I am really proud to live in a city, be a ratepayer in a city that has been at the forefront of New Zealand councils taking climate action. But I'm here to respectfully submit and to reiterate that we are in a climate emergency. Most of New Zealand's population is covered by a climate emergency declaration by their councils, and I fully agree with this assessment of the urgency. The science is crystal clear, and I'm happy to debate that with our second speaker at any time. I will make a gap in my busy schedule for you. Change is happening fast, and we cannot ignore it. In New Zealand, we are seeing increasing rates, well documented, of damaging storms, droughts, sea level rise, wildfires, flooding, and property damage. As a result of this, insurance retreat has begun and is accelerating. But this isn't the half of it. Current projections are for the world to reach almost 3 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures by the end of the century, and that's if we hold the line. 3 degrees would see major societal disruption. If we let this happen in our children's lifetimes, billions will die through lack of food. 150 million people will have to move because of rising sea levels. Large swathes of the equatorial world will become uninhabitable. Clean water will be scarce. There will be mass migration, and New Zealand will be an attractive destination, and migrants might not ask nicely. Some people say, why do we need to reduce emissions when we're so small? The answer is that everyone globally needs to do their fair share of emissions reductions, and New Zealand is not doing its fair share. We are failing on the global stage. We must bend the curve downwards. This government has dismantled much of the climate legislation that was put in place with cross-party support just a few years ago. Every country in the world signed the Paris Agreement to reduce emissions. They do not do that lightly. Saudi Arabia gets 90% of its GDP from oil, and it has promised to reduce emissions. They don't do this lightly. The science is clear. When the US government pulled out of the Paris Agreement a couple of years ago, 24 US states and 370 mayors pledged to adhere to the agreement separately anyway. It is up to every individual, every business, and every council to do our fair share in reducing emissions, at least our fair share. We must hold the line. We need long-term steady policy for this. And the people want it. Surveys of major New Zealand cities show that about 80% of people want more climate action. Yes, there are costs associated with emissions reductions, but the cost of doing nothing is many orders of magnitude larger, as is evidenced already by the $10 billion cost of Cyclone Gabrielle and the cost of the South Dunedin Futures project. And there are significant co-benefits to reducing emissions: cleaner, healthier, more comfortable cities. The devil will be in the detail of the 5 options in front of you when it comes time to decide whether to push out the target year or what to set emissions targets at. I regard a split gas target as sensible. I think net zero makes sense for Ōtepoti given our higher forestry levels, but I would ask you to keep pushing for emissions reductions and either don't move the target or move it the smallest possible distance. Thank you.
Thank you. I was curious about the research that said that the surveys that said that 80% of people want more climate action. Can you point us to where those surveys are?
Yep. One is Wellington City Council, which has got a climate report, 85% of people wanting more action, and the other is the Christchurch City Council. I can send you those links if you want.
Thank you. And I have time for one quick one. Councillor Vandervis, we've just got 20 seconds.
You said you're a climate scientist, but that you're here to promote ambition. How do you square being a scientist and being ambitious politically?
I make evidence-based decisions.
Oh, you just need to quickly turn your microphone on. We've just got a couple of
I make
seconds.
evidence-based decisions, and I hope that others do too.
Thank you. Sorry, we're out of time. Thank
you for coming in to make a political statement, not a science statement.
Councillor Ong, that is... We are not rude to people who come to our public forum. There is an opportunity to ask questions, but there is not an opportunity to
It's
be
not
rude
the opportunity
to people. Stop it. Just stop it. Right. I move that the council extends the public forum beyond 30 minutes. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Those in favour say aye. Anyone against? I declare the motion is carried. Matt Green, who's going to talk about zero carbon plan emissions refresh options. Oh, sorry, Bridie. Sorry, Bridie Loney. Sorry, that's my fault. Climate change and the need for carbon emission reduction. Sorry, Bridie.
Tēnā koutou, Your Honour the Mayor and councillors. I'm a member of the organisation Seniors Climate Action Network. We run monthly presentations on climate change and its implications and have a well-visited website that holds peer-reviewed research on the subject. I'm informed by those discussions. Throughout the years that our organisation has presented data and science on climate change, some attempts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions have occurred, but the sum total across the planet has not been reduced, and climate change and its nested impacts have become realities rather than dimly observed tendencies. One reason for this is that the science of climate change is stochastic. That is, it is based on degrees of probability. Each element, each measurement might shift, but the implications of the whole tendency are no longer in question. And I thank Jen Purdy for her work on this subject. This situation appears to have led to two very divergent attitudes. The first is that little can be done and therefore nothing will be done, that today's citizens will use the rest of our planet's viable resources as fast as possible and that anything else is simply too difficult. The petrochemical and military sectors that saw climate change coming at the end of the last century have taken this approach to their benefit. The IT and AI sectors have generated new technologies with new demands for energy and water that may impact our area in particular. and benefit primarily those from whom we rent them in a process Yanis Varoufakis calls techno-feudalism. The background paper for today indicates that today's discussion should take into account the changes in context provided by the electoral decisions made in the 2023 general election. Those changes in context are vividly reflected in the in attachment B, where the new emissions reductions proposals outlined in all three options, for example, the electrification of the fleet, the movement to increased cycling and walking, are significantly reduced targets, where public transport targets are reduced from 18% of trips taken to 8%, even in the accelerated plan. These changes reflect the lack of central government ambition and support. It is possible that this discussion might be different after the forthcoming election. The second approach to climate change and attitude is that something must be done and that this will be difficult but necessary for the future. It will be costly, it will require a change in approaches to the economic growth that is predicated on the petrochemical industry, which provides energy and, in addition, most of the plastic that wraps or forms most manufactured products now. It will require a slowing down of human consumption of the planet's resources and a shift toward renewable energy, very much reduced use of petrol, diesel, on land, on sea, waste reduction, locally grown food supplies, and attention to the biodiversity with whom we share the planet. This approach requires measurable emissions reduction targets. Our council staff presented well-designed strategies to do this. The Zero Carbon Plan for 2030 was written on the basis of the values expressed in the attitude I have just outlined. Its ambitions and its specific targets were robust. You are our selected representatives, elected, selected, and this situation requires leadership. Turning the tide on the patterns of growth predicated on energy use takes a concerted effort. If you decide to reject the year 2030 carbon zero as a deadline and extend to a further date, adopting one or other of the approaches presented, then it seems vital to retain the targets that sit within the plan, rather than watering it down both in its temporal reach and its ambitions. Thank you very much.
We have time for a very quick question. Councillor Treadwell.
Kia ora, Dr. Lodi. Thank you so much for your presentation and for engaging thoroughly with the report. I was just going to ask if you had a view on the split gas option, whether you think keeping biogenic methane in or out is relevant.
That one I'm not sure about, just to be frank. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bridie. Thank you. And Matt Green about carbon plan emissions refresh options. Probably best to go in the middle.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Matt Green. I am a master's student at Otago University and climate. Before I start, I just want to remind you this year there have been 2 studies come out that have said that net zero will in fact not even be enough and that we need centuries of net negative emissions to secure a safe climate future. So I also want to point out that moderate warming of 2C is now commensurate with the impacts of an extreme 4C world, and that RCP 8.5 is an emissions scenario, not a climate impact scenario. Now, I just want to give you some...
Are you pushing it? Are you pushing the button? Don't push the button.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to give you some numbers before you start thinking about the structure of your plan or your ultimate ambition, and I want these numbers to hopefully be rattling around your head before you make this decision. 2 to 4 billion, that is the number of deaths we're on track for according to actuaries and the University of Exeter in their 2025 Planetary Solvency Report if global heating hits 2 to 3 degrees by 2050, which we're on track for, a scale of loss 20 to 40 times worse than both world wars combined. 50%, the cut in global GDP, as if that even matters at that point, between 2070 and 2090, if that were to happen. 1991 is the year since which humanity has released more than half of all fossil fuel emissions since Industrial Revolution. 73%, the decline in monitored wildlife populations globally since 1970, now being largely driven by climate collapse. 34%, New Zealand's oceans are warming 34% faster than the global average. 50 million, the number of sea sponges that were bleached in Fiordland in 2022, and the largest event of its kind ever observed globally, due to a marine heatwave that lasted over 250 days of the year. 2,000 gigatons, the amount of plastic derived from fossil fuels, of course, that humanity has produced, which is now twice the combined mass of all animals on Earth as of 2020, according to a study published in Nature. 1 per minute, that's deaths linked to extreme heat. 14 per second, that is the Earth's current energy imbalance, and Hiroshima nuclear bombs per second, that's over 1.15 million per day. 6 billion, the number of people whose lives are directly threatened from dangerous climate breakdown this century if we fail to act, according to 15,000 climate scientists. 500 million years, the time it took for the fossilized sunlight that we have burnt through since 1991 to accumulate. 7 of 9 planetary boundaries, we have exceeded 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. Climate is just one of them, and that is the safe, stable zones in which Earth and our civilization can flourish. 3.7, the amount of Earths we would need if everyone lived our current lifestyles of the average New Zealander. 57.4, the percentage of global internet traffic, which is now bots, which are coordinating misinformation networks that are flooding boomers' Facebook feeds with claims about cold deaths, the Roman warm period, and why we shouldn't act, why it's a hoax. I hope no one here is falling for this misinformation on Facebook or claiming to be a professed expert when they are not. Let me remind you, we do not need the fossil fuel companies to win these arguments, we just need them to create doubt. The atmosphere does not care about your Facebook comments, carbon dioxide does not care about your political identities, and the law of physics do not change because of misinformation is spreading faster than facts. 70% young people in the US across the political spectrum who are concerned about the climate crisis. 89% people globally who want stronger climate action, according to a study in Nature. 4.6 billion, we are changing the Earth's atmosphere at a rate faster than almost any time in the entire history of the planet. 99.9%, the consensus among publishing climate scientists that humans are causing this warming. You are not a contrarian if you refute this. You are not challenging the science. You're rejecting the evidence. You are wrong and denying reality. So as councillors, I would like to ask you, if you have children, if you have grandchildren, if you have people you love who will inherit this world, are you going to be a good ancestor? Your actions, as Jen said, do matter and will outlive every person sitting in this room. So you have to think of that before you act. And are you going to be a dick, or are you going to do the right thing? And if you choose to be a dick, let the eyes of future generations bore into your skull. Please take all steps needed to deliver the strongest possible zero carbon plan. Thank you.
We have time for one question. Councillor Mayhem.
Would you be able to send us your speech, please? Thank you. I won't be a dick.
Councillor Treadwell, 10 seconds.
Really quick one. You see 34% of oceans around New Zealand, oceans around New Zealand warming 34% more than other oceans. How does that work?
So it's faster than the global average, and this is because our oceans all converge, and they're basically made a conveyor belt of warming faster than the global average. So you've got the Tasman.
Thank you, we're out of time.
Awesome.
I felt that question was quite large for a small amount of time. Matt Jenks, who's going to talk about changes to the Zero Carbon 2030 target. Welcome, Matt.
Thanks for having me. Kia ora koutou. Ko Matthew Jenks toko ingoa. I'm an anaesthetist or kairehu at Dunedin Hospital. And I've been working on decarbonisation in the health sector for a long time, including a carbon footprint report I authored for the Southern District Health Board in 2018, and since that time been involved in work to reduce emissions at Te Whatu Ora Southern, and we've achieved about an 80% reduction in our emissions since that report was written in 2018. The Lancet Journal has made the point that tackling climate change is the greatest global health opportunity in the 21st century, and that's why I'm interested in this work. Retaining Dunedin's ambitious zero carbon 2030 target is more than just about reducing emissions. The actions needed to reduce emissions deliver immediate and measurable health benefits for Dunedin residents. So what are those benefits? They occur across all emissions categories, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to mention transport. And the reason I want to mention transport, as you'll see from the agenda document, it is the largest source of emissions for the district. And it is something that the DCC can have a material influence on. So as per the original plan and target, mode shift from cars and into more walking, cycling, wheeling and buses will reduce emissions, but in addition there will be a reduction in particulate emissions, and we know that they kill 9 New Zealanders every day prematurely. There will be an increase in physical activity, and there is very good evidence that increased physical activity through active transport results in benefits for obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular health, dementia risk, cancer, stroke, and overall all-cause mortality. You'll get reduced harm from motor vehicle accidents, and then there are other benefits as well, such as fuel security, transport equity, and in addition you will cost of living benefits, as well as reducing congestion on our roads. So the zero carbon 2030 target is challenging to achieve. That doesn't mean we should water it down, as it is the actions taken to get to that target that will improve the health of everyone in Dunedin. So please act accordingly.
So a quick question, is the hospital, are you a member of the Zero Carbon Alliance?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I think it when it was Dave Cole was mayor that I was involved in getting the hospital to join the Zero Carbon Alliance.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillors Lund, Chambers and Treadwell. We'll see how we go. Councillor Lund.
I have 2 questions. Firstly, do you know the level of usage across Dunedin for Dunedin cycleways?
No, I don't, off the top of my head, but the number of cyclists has been increasing, only slightly, and it still represents a very small number. The cycleways in Dunedin suffer from a lack of connectivity, and therefore they will never deliver significant numbers. They need further investment to have a connected network, and then they will realise the benefits of them. If you look at the cycleways that are functioning, like the harbour cycleways, you get large numbers on those.
Well, there are 110 people that use the cycleways across Dunedin. But my question is, why, where there are fully connected cycleways on the peninsula and at West Harbour, why are there not more people using the cycleways? There will be a total of 5 or 6 people. Why is that? Because I want to know.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think you have the statistics. I'll move on to Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in your own field of anaesthesia, is this about changing the type of anaesthetic you might give to use less gas?
The big changes we've seen, we've moved from coal boilers over to wood biomass. We also had a major problem with nitrous oxide leaks from the articulated network, so we've switched to cylinder-based. So we're still delivering the same care, but we don't have the massive leaks we have. And in addition, we have had a smaller impact from changing the type of anaesthetic agent we do use. Still, again, delivering the same level of care, but just using agents that have less environmental impact.
Councillor Treadwell, very quick. We've got 10 seconds. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt. And we have Rosemary Penwarden, who's going to talk about urgency to understand and act on climate breakdown. Welcome, Rosemary.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I've got the red light. I started writing a talk for today, and I got so frustrated because I've been in this position speaking to people so many times over about 15 years. It was about 2011 when the reality of the climate science hit me personally because my first grandchild was born then, and I started adding up. Currently, I've got a 9-year-old granddaughter who will be my age in 2084. I totally endorse what Dr. Jen Purdy has said already to you, what Matt Green has said. Please look at those figures, look at them and let them sink in, because it's not until it sinks in and you take this personally that you can act. And I want to say, you guys have a massive responsibility. You're holding the responsibility for this beautiful city, for everybody in this beautiful city. You have no choice but to strengthen the Carbon 030 plan. Strengthen it, bring it up with the stuff that Matt has already told you. There is no choice here. We've got to stop pretending business as usual may continue. It cannot continue. Personally, way back in 2011, I started making changes in my own life. And I was able to do that because I'd spent an entire career as a medical scientist at the hospital. I had a bit, I don't have a mortgage anymore. I have some land. We grow our own food. I helped my friend build my own electric car. It's run from solar panels on my place. We have a very small footprint. I stopped flying when my mother died in 2019. But most people haven't got the privilege that I've got. And that's where you guys come in. That is where you come in. You have got to make this city livable for my grandchildren, for your children, for your grandchildren, and for those who aren't yet born, because things are getting pretty rocky from here. We're already seeing it, right? The floods, the war, the resources running out, food insecurity. We've had examples of this already in our own country, in our own city. You probably know somebody who was affected by the South Dunedin floods. I do. We've got to help each other. We've got to start thinking collectively. And I would be appalled to think that any of you around this table are not up with the current climate science, that any of you think it's not a real thing, because we've got to get rid of leaders who are taking us in the wrong direction.
We've got Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you and good morning for your presentation today. Nice to see you. You mentioned making our city livable.
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, you mentioned to making our city livable. Could you please elaborate on your version of livable?
Okay, well, I'm part of a group called Climate Liberation Aotearoa, and we focus quite heavily on transport. So we've got a really simple, thing that is, first of all, travel less, then travel active, and that means what's already been mentioned, cycleways that are safe and that are all easy to cycle on, that are tied together, not in little bits all over the place. But I mean, the council's starting on some good stuff, but there's so much more. So the third thing is you use public transport wherever you possibly can.
Thank you, Rosemary. Sorry, we're
okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
All
we're
right.
out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers.
And now we have a petition from Mr. Tony Cummings, the Deputy Chair of the Dunedin Area Citizens Association Incorporated, will present a petition calling for pipes and pumps in South Dunedin. And this petition has been emailed to elected members and the executive leadership team. Hi Tony, the microphone's on already.
I will get myself sorted. Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for taking the time to hear us today. I'm here to present a petition that's been put together by the Dunedin Area Citizens Association regards doing something about the pipes and pumps in South Dunedin. When we initially put our application in to speak today, 1 week ago, we had 1,344 signatures. However, in the interim, it has now grown to over 2,000. That's 2,000 people in the city that are concerned about getting some pipes and pumps into South Dunedin. Historically, there's been a problem in South Dunedin back as far as 1959. The existing pipe network could not convey the full capacity of the new Portobello Road pumping station. And try not to break the gear. That ended up having severe flooding in 1968. South Dunedin also suffered from more flooding 2015 and more recently 2024. This is not a new problem. It's been a long-standing infrastructure deficit. The late Mayor, Jules Radich, even is publicly stated as saying that since that time, little, if anything, has been spent on that infrastructure. So, back in 2017, 2018, in June 2018, the council went further and delivered an update to every address in South Dunedin. Residents were told that major projects were being planned to divert the Cockle Valley wastewater away from South Dunedin and towards Green Island. To date, nothing has happened. Everybody has sat on their hands. The council referred a $7 million commitment to that. Don't know where it's gone. They were also told that the council would invest $44 million from 2020 to upgrade the Green Island wastewater treatment plant. Don't think there's been anything spent yet. You get the picture? This is not a request for something new. This is a request from the people of Dunedin to do what you promised to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Vandervis and then Councillor Gaylor. Sorry? Oh, sorry. We don't have questions. Normally we don't have questions for petitioners. Sorry,
I'm partially hearing impaired, so be loud.
Yeah, no, I didn't know the format, and we don't have questions for petitions. So I thank you for bringing your petition to council. And we hear you loud and clear. We do hear you loud and clear. Thank you everyone for attending. Thank you. Now I'll move on to the meeting. We have an apology for lateness from Councillor Steve Walker, and we have Councillor Gary and Councillor Lofiso attending online. And therefore I move that the council accepts the apology for lateness from Councillor Steve Walker, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, abstentions, that is carried. Move to confirm the agenda. I move that the council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I just have a question about the agenda.
Yes.
Sorry, the minutes. Sorry, we're not up to that yet.
No, we're not there. Yep. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? If there's no changes or updates, I move that the council notes the elected members' interest register attached to attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team's interests. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against. The motion is carried. Now we'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes for the meeting of the 25th of June 2026.
Councillors, you'll notice there's been recirculated minutes with an amendment. So those are the minutes that are being confirmed.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor, did you have a question or was it around the...
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, I'll move that the council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 25th of June 2026 as a correct record. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against. Abstentions. That is carried. The ordinary council meeting on the 13th of May 2026. Are there any questions? Updates. I move that the council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 13th of May 2026 as a correct record. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against. Abstentions. That is carried. I'll move to the financial report for the period ended the 31st of May. Ms. Carolyn Allen will speak to the report.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, do we have questions? Councillor Lund, Vandervis, Gaylor.
I've got 4 questions. We'll start on the transport. It said on page 75 and 83 that there had been a maintenance underspend, and that at page 83 that there's been no footpath and curb expenditure, and we understand that's for over a year. Is that correct?
I can take that, Councillor Lund. So yes, the footpath and curb contract was on hold for a year. It went out to tender and we pulled back from that tender for some very good reasons. So that has been on hold for a year. And what we've done in order to use the NZTA money wisely, we've increased the rehabilitation program. But the footpath and curb contract has been awarded now and will start in this current financial year that we're in.
Was it a cost problem, Ms. Benson? Like, was it? I'm just puzzled as to why it took a year for. I understand it. Is that the case?
Something we could discuss in non-public, councillor.
And next is the. Just around in parking, it noted there's been very low revenue, a dramatic from Target on the new car park, the Matakaria, I think it's pronounced, the new Pacific Radiology car park in Great King Street. I went and had a look, and it's barely 10 to 12% full. Do we have any strategy to increase that? Or do we have any explanation as to why it's still well below target, 7 or 8 months after it's opened?
If I might, Councillor Lund, Ms Nielsen is coming over very shortly and she should be able to answer that soon.
The next one is around recreation facilities. At page 92, there's about 330,000 and 1.15 million for new and renewals items for recreational facilities. Can someone tell me what they are? And I'm particularly keen to know if that includes the new pickleball courts at Logan Park and the new building that's being built at Logan Park beside the tennis courts.
Sorry, Councillor Lund, you're really testing me now, but I will get an answer to that question from Heath and get back to you.
And my last question is around the oil cost escalations. Now, I note that you've said, was not you, Ms. Benson, but somebody said at page 86 that we're taking a consistent approach to managing claims and that we are actively managing. Now, this was meant to come to council, so is this matter going to come to council, or have staff already chosen to address this matter? Because I see it as a governance matter if we're looking at changing the terms of a contract.
We haven't changed the terms of any contracts.
So therefore, we are paying, if the contract is a fixed price contract, we are not paying, and if they are fluctuating as per the terms, we are. Is that it?
We're following the terms of the contracts.
So I've got Councillors Vandervis, Gaylor, Ong and Chambers. Councillor Vandervis.
I've been told recently that there's no budget for increasing parking, and there hasn't been for some time. What would it take for us to get a budget that would allow, for instance, some new parking or some angle parking that has been proposed for a long time but that there is no budget for? How would we get some budget? We've got budget for massive amounts of everything else, just not.
So I'll get that. Remember, Councillor, this is the financial report and is reporting on the budgets that Council has approved and expenditure against them. Any additional budget or changes to budget are 10-year plan matters. So in the upcoming meetings that we're going to have developing the 10-year plan, that would be your time to look at how you might want to progress that.
Thank you. Councillor Lund has already referred on page 74 to an unfavourable parking operations budget, 721k this time. That follows on from a previous, also significant unfavourable budget in parking revenue. And the same, I think, the same reason was given last time, lower staffing levels, whatever. Is it anticipated that this is going to continue? This is $750,000.
Thank you, Councillor. I can certainly take on the parking enforcement side of things. Certainly we have been particularly short-staffed for a variety of reasons over the past sort of 6-7 months. I think I've previously indicated that based on what I know today, we should be certainly around full complement towards the end of August of this year.
And do you think that will address the unfavourable $750,000 shortfall, or do you think that in fact we are actually seeing less parking in the CBD now, perhaps because of a move to South Dunedin?
Apologies, Councillor, for my late arrival. I've just caught the end of that question, but hopefully I can shed some light on it. So there's a few things happening in the parking revenue. The first thing is we did set an ambitious budget for parking revenue. And then secondly, we are seeing lower occupancy than what we'd hoped for in the Matau Kariao car park. And we're aiming to have promotion of that car park and some of our other central city parking buildings out in the next couple of weeks. We're seeing the same lower use of car parking in Wall Street car park and also in the library car park, the city library. And they're all great central city spots. I think we just need to let people know where they are.
I think it's unlikely that most people wouldn't know where they are, well, not the established ones at least. Do you think that this, what appears to be an across-the-board decrease, points to a lessening of the number of people accessing the CBD?
I probably don't have complete enough data to make a comment on that, sorry.
Would there be anyone from traffic or anyone else that could give us some indication of whether or not we have seen a decrease, especially as a result of the $110 million that we spent on George Street?
I don't think so, but Janine, can you add anything to that?
Yeah, Councillor Vandervis, I don't think that would be awfully easy because you'd have to be counting the number of people that come into town, and we don't have counters everywhere like NZTA. But maybe I could just could I just have a bit of a think about it and see if there's an easy way to make comment on that?
Yeah, no, that'd be lovely to hear back from you. I am concerned that it may be that the CBD is seen as a little bit more difficult now and may be avoided. And it's not just that we haven't had the staff on the ground to collect parking money. But getting on to other questions, still on page 74, it talks here about the Green Island landfill revenue being unfavourable, almost $1 million, due to less waste being received at the landfill than budgeted. Now it says that one of the reasons for this is because of incorrect reporting of previous waste volumes. Given that one of the major supporting arguments for proceeding with Smooth Hill is being able to get more material into the landfill to make it viable. This incorrect reporting of previous waste volumes, can we have someone expand and tell us why there's been incorrect reporting, and does that incorrect reporting have an impact on whether or not we really are going to see a trend of increasing volumes anticipated to make Smooth Hill viable?
That has been previously reported, Councillor, where that error was. I will get it recirculated. Unfortunately, neither Mr McLean or Mr Henderson are here at the minute. Mr Henderson might be able to answer that question more directly this afternoon when we're in that other item. And as you know, the assumptions around Smooth Hill are all being revisited at the moment in line with the direction from Council, and we'll be bringing something back to consider how we progress Smooth Hill as part of the 10-year plan discussions. That will look at volumes and re-look at all those numbers.
Great, thank you, that's reassuring. Still on the same page, 74, if we go down to Dunedin Public Art Gallery, Toitu and Land 1 revenue all being unfavourable, I'm just wondering if there is a particular reason that you think we might have had an across-the-board reduction in the revenue from admission fees.
Thank you, Councillor. I can confirm this, but I think it's to do partly with the way the budget was loaded, but I'll confirm that with you.
So it might be a timing issue?
Yes, it may well have corrected itself for June, but I'll confirm for you.
Okay. If we go further on down to the 100k relating to the Octagon canopy replacement settlement, that was a fairly major crash in the Octagon and quite a rebuild of the canopies. Did the ratepayer end up paying for any of that, or was it covered by the trucking company that caused the damage, or was it covered by insurance?
I think, and I'll just get it confirmed, I think 40% was covered by the trucking company.
Does that mean the ratepayer wore the other 60%?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that was the nature of the insurance settlement. It related to, as I understand it, the finding of fault or otherwise, or the lack of finding of fault.
So just to be clear, if we assume that there was no fault and it was an act of God and the axle broke on the truck, which wasn't the case, would then the ratepayers be on the hook for the entire amount of damage? It seems very unfair.
Correct, they would have been.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, the joys of public ownership of assets. and the liability that comes with them. Something we need to think about when purchasing more public assets. And I'm thinking of Smooth Hill again.
Sorry, was that a question?
No, it's not a question. It was a passing snide comment. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. I have a number of councillors on the list. So I've got Councillors Gaylor, Ong, Chambers, Sims, Lucas, Lund and Treadwell. Just wish to ask Mr Costello a question. I've just looked at the infometric stats which cover some of the retail stats and also traffic flow. This is up until March 2026, and I just wonder, this is the Infometrics Quarterly Economic Monitor which sits on the Council's website, and I'm just wondering when we might expect the stats to, it'll be June 2026.
They're normally a quarter behind.
Oh, okay,
So
thank you. So,
wait.
Yeah,
August or
just
September.
relating that back to the information that Councillor Vandervis asked for. Thank you. Councillor Gaylor.
Apologies, I haven't got these in on time. So there is a few, and if you can just bear with me, that'd be great. So just the first one is around page 75, and you're talking about events revenue was favourable to budget, and you talk about an unbudgeted MBIE promotional fund grant. I'm just wondering how that happens, how we have an unbudgeted grant that we didn't know we were going to get of I think it's 331,000. Page 75.
Costello might be able to answer that.
Sorry, if you can't, it's all right, if you could come back.
So Mr Costello's having a look, but I think he was slightly distracted. So maybe if you ask your next question, we'll circle back and he'll come back to that.
So this one's just around personnel costs, and it's on page 76. And we're talking about the number of vacancies in the last 11 months, most of which have now been filled. And I know that we were talking about this in terms of cost savings earlier, that in past meetings. I'm just wondering how many positions are still outstanding that we're still carrying that are unfilled, and also if there are many new positions that have been created in this time.
Thank you, Councillor. The question about the point that says which have now been filled relates to the new positions that were added in for the budget, not the vacancies that were carried. So we had some new positions added into the budget, and at the moment we've still got one that I'm aware of that we haven't filled yet.
Those new positions were council approved positions.
And also just mentioning about, just a bit further down on the same page, we're talking about a reduction in the frequency of bird monitoring surveys around Smooth Hill and Dunedin environs. I'm just wondering why that is, if that's been mentioned to us before.
I think it's been mentioned before.
Sorry, I will need to, again...
Have you got an answer to that, Councillor Vandervis, or not?
No, just wanted to say I've got further questions. And
Okay, thank you. I'll put you on the list. Yeah.
So there's a level of detail on that, sorry, that I'm not across, so I'll need to...
I think it's come to us before.
It has, but I just...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. So, we're also on now page 78. We're talking about advertising expenditure, communications and marketing. It was favourable, 145,000. This was due to some council activities being unable to deliver expected advertising programs, and just wondering which programs they were.
Again, sorry, a level of detail that we don't have. Well, it's a very specific question. We'll need to go back to the budget holding manager for that, but we will, and we'll circulate an answer.
Finally, I guess this relates to the footpaths. So on page 83, we're talking about funding being redirected from footpaths and curbs until the new contract is awarded. I'm just wondering if there is any problem with that in terms of the way that our footpaths are being looked after. Have we got some neglect occurring there as a result? Has it been a year or so since we've had that contract in place? Just a little bit more information around that, just to know what sort of impact that's having on our curbs and footpaths.
So I think if you look at the infrastructure strategy, it does say that our footpaths and curb and channel could probably withstand that year delay. And so I think if I were to say a particular asset that could hold on to that 1 year delay, it would be the curb and channel, possibly the footpath, not the footpath. But I guess the other thing that delay has given us is an opportunity to wait until the new government policy statement. It wasn't the reason for it, but the new government policy statement comes in because the current funding assistance rate on footpaths is only 9%. So we might imagine that could get looked at. But from an asset perspective, no. It would be from the infrastructure strategy one of the assets that we can sustain that year delay, and continue.
Are there any health and safety concerns, though, in having that delay, and have you done any assessments around some of the footpaths, whether or not they are in fact still safe?
Yeah, so a health and safety assessment of a footpath would be undertaken by the maintenance team, and I would expect that would be corrected immediately and not wait for a big concrete machine and a renewal program to come along and fix it. So any health and safety issues would be corrected or should be corrected immediately by the maintenance team.
So remember, this is this work is in relation to where you have to replace the curb at the same time you then do the footpath, but other footpaths where the curb is still sound, there's been a little bit of work, especially if health and safety issues have been raised.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions. My first question, and they're all straightforward questions. My first question is on the Waipori Fund, and it states here that there's a 1.411 million favourable to budget. Can you explain the budget, please? Because given that the underperformance of the Waipori Fund's equity portfolio, which accounts for more than 50%.
Point of order. I don't believe that the characterisation of the Waipori Fund is correct. So 25.2 misrepresentation.
I'm prepared to debate that. Now,
No, just wait a moment. Just I have to rule on the point of order.
If you can just
just stop, Councillor Ong. I'm going to rule on the point of order. I will uphold the point of order, and I will ask you to withdraw that comment, please.
I'm not withdrawing what is a factual comment.
It's not a factual comment, and I'm asking.
I'm asking by this comment.
Okay, well, I'm asking you to withdraw this comment.
I'm prepared to stand by this comment.
I'm going to adjourn for seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Those against, that is carried.
This is something that's stated in the council agenda.
Comment. Can you please? Yes, thank you. You need to read the standing orders, and you need to understand the standing orders. Now, would you like to move to a question?
Can you please explain how the budget for the Waipori Fund is calculated?
Thank you, Councillor. The budget for the Waipori Fund is prepared on the basis of the SIPO, and the SIPO, as you're aware, is currently under review by DCHL, and it will be coming back to the Finance Committee in August.
Now, the SIPO has been in preparation since the start of the year. Can you provide a bit of advance notice right now here what will be appearing in the SIPO? Because my understanding is you will be directed by the highest in our council authority at the end of the day in preparing this. Is that correct? Can you provide a bit of insight on what is going to come next month?
Thank you, Councillor. The updated SIPO will reflect a different risk appetite that DCHL have workshopped with this council.
at the moment now, we do have all our community's investment eggs in one basket of one external manager. Can we expect next month it will be outlined that we should place our eggs into more than one basket, because that basket has not been doing as well as we can hope for our community?
The DCHL, who and through them City Treasury, will be bringing back, as directed by Council, an updated approach to the SIPO. At that point, you'll be able to ask those questions of DCHL and our investment managers. But at this point, this is not something that council officers can answer.
Okay, I'll move on. Page 74 on rates penalties, and there has been an actual is 2.075 million versus budget of 1.199 million. And in this context, it's very clear that we are facing, our community members are facing difficult economic and financial circumstances. In the case where rate penalties have just simply shot up on our community members, are we going to allow some leeway here if they provide circumstances which are very simply just that they're facing difficult circumstances, to have these penalties waived? Because the amount we're earning from penalties has just virtually doubled.
Perhaps you could remind about the rates assistance scheme.
This is not rates assistance. This is to say we will waive the penalties.
I'm just suggesting that staff remind.
Thank you for the question. The rate penalty has increased significantly in the current year. There are a number of things that we're doing to address that. If people get onto direct debit or a payment plan, then they won't be charged a penalty. So we've put extra resource in, and one of the vacant roles that we're still carrying is in this area, so that we can have more resource to start working with our customers on payment plans and the like. As the Mayor mentioned, the ratepayer assistance scheme is proposed centrally, where ratepayers would have the option of a postponement. We had a workshop on Monday where we talked you through what we're doing to help our ratepayers. And we also talked through what our hardship and remission policies can do, and what councillors might like to do with those policies in the future.
I can say very factually, it appears that our financial hardship policies are not allowing leeway, because in the case...
This is a time for asking questions,
so can
not
we
making
have
speeches.
Can we have some leeway in providing for our community members when they say, wait, parking fines that they're facing are a bit too much in financial burden to them? In the case of penalties, these are things that have already occurred. They don't have necessarily the funds to look at a payment plan.
Is there a question in there, please?
Can we provide some leeway in these cases for the circumstances that our community members are facing, which are difficult circumstances?
I think the CFO has answered this question, and we have policies and processes that we're required to follow. The new staff member will be able to proactively work with people who are on plans, and as the CFO said, if we can get people onto direct debits or plans, automated payment plans, then the fees are waived.
Councillor Chambers.
I haven't finished. If I can just move on to another question. Now, okay, page 82. We have a construction of a new cemetery development, and I want to raise another question that I've highlighted before. Other councils in the country, for their cemeteries, it's possible for community members to purchase land plots presently ahead of time, and that provides a funding source now for the capital expenditure that we need at our council. Can we have that in place for the new cemetery developments that we have, to say to our community members?
Okay, thank you. I think that's the question.
So you can't pre-purchase plots years and years in advance, and Dunedin is the point Councillor Ong is making. That would require a policy change. Again, that is something that you would need to discuss as part of the 10-year plan process, but there are good reasons for not allowing purchases ahead of time as well.
Okay, I have one last question, if I may. Councillor Lund highlighted the pickleball courts that are being developed. Now, we do have, and for those who have played pickleball is a sport where the grounds for it can be just simply converted from existing facilities, including tennis courts and everything else.
Right, that sounds like a speech. Someone who have a question,
Can we
please.
have, what is the breakdown for this new pickleball courts? Because I've been to pickleball courts that we have. We have some in the university. It's fantastic. Can you...
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the staff member here who can answer that question, but we'll circulate information. I'm sure they've captured that.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a couple of areas of questioning. Coming back to rates penalties, I'm afraid. I've got slightly different questions from Councillor Ong. I see that clearly it's $2 million of rates penalties have been brought in this year so far. Just to confirm, that's about the penalties about 10% of the actual rates amount. So that applies to about $20 million of rates not paid on time. Is that correct?
Yes, it's 10%.
Microphone.
When you look at the spreadsheet of those penalties, is there any pattern in terms of, does it relate to residential rates or commercial rates, targeted rates, general rates, that sort of thing?
I'll get that information for you, Councillor.
And could it be mapped by postcode? Would that be possible to see where, if there's any particular suburb or area of the city?
I'd have to check.
Thank you. Now, my second question is related to stormwater. On page 95, the capital expenditure on stormwater pump stations and networks in Mossgiel. And I see that, in fact, we're spending money in that area. In fact, we've exceeded our budget by $1.5 million, and we spent $3 million on pump station and networks work in Mossgiel. But in the narrative of the paper, I see that the work's not been completed yet. Now, is it normal to pay the contractor before the work's done?
No, Councillor.
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor. The work was very much almost completed at that point in time and is now in fact complete, and you'll see that in the June financials. The reason the dollar spend is above the budget is because we accelerated the work and finished it early, and so the spend that was planned for this current financial year was essentially brought forward.
So now that the work's completed, would the Mossgiel stormwater system cope better with the rain events that just happened a couple of weeks ago?
The work was completed before the recent weather event, so the system would have performed better than it would have had that work not been completed 2 weeks ago.
And if I can add also, Councillor, there's a expected design performance. What we experienced was beyond the expected design performance.
So it's a bit disappointing.
Exactly the opposite, really good, in fact, because without the work we would have had far more serious issues in Mossgiel. I'm not minimising what happened, but it would have been far worse. And remember, it was, we haven't got the numbers, was it a 1 in 20 or 1 in 25 event for Mossgiel?
Likely a 1 in 25.
Which exceeds the design standard.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you to staff for preparing this extensive report. Same subject matter but different question to Councillor Vandervis. So page 74 we see commercial waste volumes 16% lower than budget at Green Island. And I will note that follows from 12% lower commercial volumes the previous year. I can understand that that's a straight out loss of revenue. But then I go to page 76 and I also notice that there's a reduction in internal revenue from sludge, also due to reduced volumes, and even a reduction in income from curbside collections due to the red bin collection being lower than forecast. What I don't understand is how these reductions in internal revenue surely they're reflected by savings elsewhere in the organisations, given that it's one part of the organisation paying the other. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes, correct.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Firstly, can I just follow up on a question from Councillor Chambers about the Mosgiel stormwater? So, what you're saying is that it's designed for a 1 in 25 year event, and no, it's not. It's designed for a 1 in.
Typically, that type of infrastructure, and I need to double check for this particular instance, but 1 in 10 year. So, 2.5 times the design was experienced.
So those nearby residents in a future storm event will still have issues with inundation.
Again, it's a function of the enormity of the event, so they'll be protected to a level 1 in 10 or greater, as we've seen.
And it is better. I mean, as Mr McAndrew said, that the work had been finished before the rain event, so actually the system performed better than it would have if we hadn't done the work. I just want to get that clarified.
That is very true, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Now, my other question is, it's almost a follow-up question from Councillor Vandervis, is about the revenue from the art gallery in Lanyuan, etc., being significantly under budget. I noticed, which is about 300,000, and then also the visitor centre is also 100,000. And is there any, and I don't know whether I'm drawing a thread here, any connection between the fact that there's a commentary that we haven't delivered the advertising as budgeted of about 170,000, that some activities haven't carried out their advertising? Because I'm just wondering, it does seem to be a significant reduction in that revenue, and I know other visitor attractions around the city haven't had, I wouldn't have thought, that significant reduction in revenue. I might not be drawing a thread that's there.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We'll follow up on that and come back to you.
Thank you. Also on page 78, it talks about resource consents and having to utilise external consultants. So is this the dealing with the bulge of resource consents in particular that we got prior to 30 June last year before we increased the development levies? Is it dealing with that bulge that's effectively gone through, so that in this current financial year things should have settled back down to budget?
You're correct, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you. And I've just got two last questions, if I may, and they're both possibly for Ms Nielsen. So on page 82, you talk about the Fitzroy housing being scheduled to be complete in June and hoping to be still under budget. So were they finished in June? Was it under budget? And when are we hoping to have them tenanted?
Yes, it was completed. It did finish under budget, and we've got tenants moving in from next week.
That's excellent, thank you. And my last question is on page 83, and it's to do with the theatrette, to do with the down at Toitu. And I know this is something that we've asked about a number of times. I've noticed it's still not yet complete, and it's now talking about being not complete till August, and that it's going to be over budget. And does that include, have we capitalised the cost of the video that's going to be in there, and how much are we thinking that it is going to be over budget, and will it definitely be open in August? Might be Mr Costello.
So yes, on track to open in the end of August. I've actually seen a preview of it just in the last couple of days. Working with Mana Whenua now around making sure that everything is accurate and that they're comfortable with the narrative and everything as well. I think it's around 40k is the over budget, which is related to seismic and fire design work that was not anticipated as part of the initial build. They had to redesign the fitting for the projector and stuff to cope with the earthquake ratings and stuff.
So was that what caused the delay? Because I know it was supposed to be...
And some of the creative, pulling together the creative activity took longer than anticipated as well. Yeah.
And that creative has been capitalised as part of the project?
I believe it has, yep.
Yes, it has.
Can I just follow up on that? So does that mean, I think the budget for that was around 750,000. Is the budget for that now $790,000? Okay, thank you. Sorry, the overspend, yeah. I've got Councillor Treadwell, then Lund, Vandervis and Gaylor.
Tēnā koutou, thanks for an awesome report. Just a question on page 75, and apologies for not circulating this one previously. Three Waters revenue was favourable to budget 260k. When we're talking about water sales, is that revenue from water use that is extraordinary?
Yes, that's correct. Mainly our commercial customers. Yes.
So that basically indicates that there's been an increase in that commercial water use over this period, which is that usual for this time of year?
Kia ora, Councillor. Water use fluctuates across the year. There may be periods where it's drier and there's more water use for irrigation, but equally for other industrial uses. There may be factories that are ramping up. Interesting one in the current report, a lot of that water use is our own internal water use, our own facilities, which is used for maintenance, and we charge ourselves internally, to the point made earlier about internal charging. So there's an increase in revenue, but there's also an increase in internal cost.
Roger that. Thanks for the context.
I have Councillors Lund, Vandervis and Gaylor. Councillor Lund.
I don't. My question. I'll pause on the pickleball thing because Mr. McLean's not here. But Anna, Ms. Nielsen, just talking about property expenditure was unfavourable to budget by about around $500,000 on page 77, and there are a number of reasons for that. My question to you is that, in a wider sense, I'm concerned about deferred maintenance across our entire portfolio of buildings and assets. Can you provide us with an assurance or with confidence that we can maintain our buildings to get the fullest life expectancy out of them at the current levels of service and at the current finance policy? And please be candid.
That's not a question that I'm comfortable answering just with a couple of sentences, if I'm honest, Councillor. That really requires a considerate response based on our asset management plan and our long-term plan, which is something we're working on at the moment. Perhaps we could have more of a conversation during long-term plan.
What I would say is that the asset management work and property is developing, and we've been focusing on asset management. We did water first, and then rolled transport were good as well, and now we're working through really robust asset management for property, and fair to say it's still developing. And so I think it is it's a good question, but it's a really chunky conversation to be had as part of the 10-year plan, because our asset management is lagging a little bit, and once we have decent, really robust asset management in the property space, it may provide a slightly different financial picture.
What I'd like to see is, like, as we know, we're doing our long-term plan and these decisions have to be made, and I know there are some big problems in the portfolio. If we could have a report just setting out over the next 20 years, what's needed and what the key problems are, so we can make informed decisions.
I think that's the asset management plan, isn't it, that will come to council. Thank you for flagging that. I have made a note.
May not be a report quite as specific as that, but it's certainly a conversation that will be presented as part of the broader budget discussions.
Councillor Vandervis.
Page 75, good to see some favourable variances on the property services revenue, but I was wondering when it says halfway down the page that there was an unbudgeted rental revenue from Forbury Park property. Given that the Forbury Park property has had a long-term tenant, why was the rental revenue unbudgeted?
We have had one long-term tenant there, but the team have managed to secure some additional tenants for the property. There's around 9 outbuildings on the property, which we're trying really hard to recover some costs through some good lease negotiations with the team.
So the unbudgeted rental revenue is from the new tenants that have just come in.
That's right.
Very positive to hear. Thank you for that. Looking a bit further down, page 75, grants, capital grants revenue. It looks like, and it may not be the case, but it looks like we've missed out on $2.2 million worth of NZTA capital subsidy, reflecting less subsidised capital expenditure. is the not doing the footpaths contract, was that contributing to that? What would the, sorry, just a few questions in here. What would the subsidy have been? Would it have been sort of roughly 50%? And what could we have done that might have been able to make that budgeted $2.1 million actually be achieved?
So, Councillor Vandervis, there's a lot of questions in there. So the first one I'll answer about the 2.2 million. That essentially is co-funding for things like the Moss Hill Park and Ride, Albany Street, that hasn't hit our books yet because we've been late in delivering those. So it's not lost, it's just late. So that'll come this financial year. When we decided not to proceed this year with the footpath and curb contract, we actually put ourselves into a better position in terms of revenue than we would have been if we'd continued, because the funding assistance rate on footpaths is only 9%, and we took that money and used it on rehabilitations, which are a good way to look after the existing asset, and that's got a funding assistance rate of 51%. So in actual fact, the revenue from the activity that we did this year instead of footpaths would have been better. If that's clear.
Yeah, and very, very, very glad to hear all that. Just to clarify, the unfavourable 2.2 million then is basically a timing issue, and we are going to get to see that anyway.
That's correct.
Councillor Gaylor, then Councillor Gary. Councillor Gaylor.
Thank you. This is for Ms Nielsen. Just around the municipal chambers, can you give us a wee update on where you're at with it? I just see that you've got expenditure is favourable due to timing. Sorry to keep being a broken record on this, but there's a lot of interest in it.
Certainly, that's the programs of work are all progressing well. The main program that you can see visually at the moment, which is the exterior heritage restoration work, is proceeding into stage 2 of works. Be an opportunity for all of you to come and have a look at the property and some of the improvements since the last time you had a look at it. We can organise that in the near future. The stonework and the repairs to the 2 pavilions are fantastic and really high quality. So we're in detailed planning for stage 2 now, which is the next section of work as we move, and you'll see the scaffolding move around as we get to stage 2.
And when will we see more information around how we're going to eventually use the building again?
Sure. The work to consider your options for seismic strengthening will come as part of long-term plan for council to consider your options.
Thank you. And my other question is just about the Sims building. I understand the council doesn't own it, but it's featuring here as a budget item. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
No, council does own the building. We're working in partnership with the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust, who are seeking to develop the building for their purposes. It's a really productive partnership with that. It ticks along slowly as we remediate what we can in the area as we afford it, and as the trust seeks to develop funds to support the redevelopment.
And that was a direction that council set a long-term plan ago, I think.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is around the supplementary information. Thank you, Ms Allen, for continuing to supply this, and I see there's still not quite complete on the rain event from 2024. My question may be for Chief Executive Graham. I wonder how or when the reporting will begin on the weather event we've just experienced.
August, I would imagine.
Excellent, thank you for that, and great to have that started early on, I understand.
Thank you. Come to an end of questions. Councillor Lucas has indicated a willingness to move. Councillor Vandervis, would you like to second? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to move the financial report for the 11 months to 31 May, and it's great that we're almost at the end of the year in such a good financial position. We had budgeted to break even or balance the budget, and it's good that at this point in time that we are tracking ahead of that. With even though that revenue may be unfavourable of $2 million, the fact that we have saved effectively in a lot of areas that we have done a lot of savings and our expenditure is $12 million favourable to budget. I note, and I'm sure that Councillor van der Vis will comment on this, that our capital expenditure is significantly behind schedule at only 71% of the budget, which has a flow-on effect for our debts, and that we effectively $83 million less than budget, and that will have a flow-on effect into this current financial year, obviously, and I know that staff have budgeted that accordingly, is that we won't be having to pay as much interest. But I think the staff need to be commended. There's obviously swings and roundabouts in all activities, but to be so close to year end with such a favourable result, I think that needs to be commended. And I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councillor van der Vis.
Yes, I entirely agree, and would like to make a particular mention of the improved, and it keeps improving, detail that we're getting in these financial reports. The clarity of them, and the fact that there are a lot of quite, small issues going on that we are now in a position to not only be able to be told about, but to be able to question here as well, so that we get a much clearer idea of what's going on. Finance is a complex issue. Timing does change budgets quite significantly. It's our job to keep an eye on budgets, and it's really good that staff are able to give such clear reasons for budgetary changes. And as Deputy Mayor Lucas has suggested, I'm very grateful that staff have taken a conservative approach to rushing in with capital expenditure at a time when we really are going to be very, very constrained, especially in the next year or two, if we end up with a 2% rates cap. So I'm very, very happy at the direction of the capital expenditure, and have also been very grateful for the Chief Executive's suggestions for operational cuts, which haven't traditionally been something that staff have offered, but that we have had offered to us, and that I hope that we will be able to take up in the near future as well. So, yeah, big ups all round.
Councillor Gaylor. Oh, excuse me.
Concur with what Councillor van der Vis has just said. It's a tremendous amount of work that has been put into these figures, and just diligently staying on top of everything that we need to do for such a large organisation. There are quite a few questions that we've asked today that we will need answers to, however, and I'm just wondering and hoping that we will get those have been recorded, and that we'll be getting those, for example, around the monitoring around Smooth Hill, and also the advertising budgets and various others. So I'm just hoping that we'll get that in some sort of email collectively. Thank you.
Councillor Ong Hall.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I want to echo the same comments. There has been a tremendous amount of work put in by our finance team and our staff here. At the same time, as with everything else, they will be constrained by the direction and the highest in authority of governance that we put forth as governors to them. And I can see across this, in a similar way as I've spoken before, there are constraints here in what they are able to do, because it's just reliant on who is the highest in authority in council, governance, to allow them to do it. So very simply, when we look at things like the Waipori Fund, when we look at what we can do in terms of bringing in new revenue sources for our council, whether it's new cemetery development allowing prepayments, similar to in other councils around the country, to provide funding for what we need right now, to provide the funding source for the infrastructure needs that we have, and then to say at the same time, we are seeing increases in revenue from where we shouldn't be seeing those increases, which is from penalties that are levied on our community. And this is another case where simply our executives, our council finance team is going to be looking to us for the governance direction to say, we need to have something set up very specifically to address the concerns that our community members are facing in terms of their financial constraints, in terms of the challenging environment we're seeing in our city. And then that simply is going to allow us to provide more. So I can say that this is, in a similar way to other things, it's a tremendous effort by our teams, but at the same time, our teams, our operational staff are really dependent on us as governors. And very simply, I mean, we know how governance works. We know who is ultimately going to make the ultimate decisions in authority on council. So my view on this is very nuanced. I cannot say I would outright support this because simply it's coming down to us as governors, not to our staff here. And there's not enough done here.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mia. I thought the questions today were very good and helpful to draw out the real story behind the headline. Figures staff work on this is top notch. The report shows a favourable position overall, but it also makes clear that some of the benefits come from delayed capital work, vacancies and timing differences. I particularly appreciate the questions around capital delivery, parking revenue, and whether underspend will carry on in the future. Overall, this is useful and a detailed reporting, and I'm happy to note it.
Thank you. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and full support of what most speakers have said, and particularly to the mover, Councillor Lucas. It's not enough to recognise the work that the staff have done, and I do intend to return to the subject later in the day, but I think we also should really recognise the courage of the staff who have put forward and continue to put forward some things that may not be the most popular, but certainly represent much better value for ratepayers. And echoing, I think, what some of the other councillors were saying before, I sincerely hope that this courage flows through to the people at this table. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment. Thank you to the staff. Thank you for all your patience answering questions, and thank you to the councillors that send them before. That enable staff to be well prepared before the meeting and able to answer the questions. I do note that in a lot of the reports that just talked about timing and delayed projects, I am a little concerned about what's if anything's being delayed and why, if we're not delivering for our community. I do want, and if it's moving over to the 26-27 budget, so that's something we should keep an eye on. I do want to say especially good work to water and transport. On pages 76 and 77, I certainly noticed around, there was a comment about staff seeking preventative maintenance opportunities, and that makes a big difference in the investment there and the cost. So as Councillor Vandervis would say, big ups all round for that. Also flag, and I guess we'll address this in audit and risk as well, is that fuel prices remain an open risk to council. There was a note there about freight chemicals and other things that impacts as well. So we do need to be concerned about the way that that's going. Thank you. And Councillor Lund, did you wish to say something? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I do want to thank staff. I would just want to point out that, as Councillor Vandervis mentioned, we've got some very tough decisions ahead of us. We're in a good place at the moment, but as a city, we are going to enter a time of austerity in terms of new capital projects. So we've got massive projects that are unfunded at the present time, like Deep Stream, Kettle Park, the South Dunedin, and we have to make our existing assets, we have to maintain them to the best extent possible, because it's unlikely we're going to be able to afford any, and that's my concern around the maintenance issues I raised today, and I look forward to the asset management plan. And I would note that the Three Waters take a 30-year view on their asset management plan, and I would like to see the same for buildings.
Thank you. Your right reply. Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? That is carried.
No on record.
And I will move an adjournment for 10 minutes until 11:15. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. That is carried. Report 8 on page 100. I'll speak to the report. Obviously, with a new councillor, and we needed to fill the roles and juggle some roles to balance the councillors' workloads. I'd like to thank the councillors for agreeing to fill the roles. It's important that council has the governance representation on the groups and connections with our communities. And I do intend, as I said when we did the first round of these, to review them once the systems improvement bill is in place and the new chief executive. There's a paper coming up on the 10-year plan that also talks about the systems improvements bill and the groups of activities, so I think we will review it then. So therefore I will move the recommendations, and I do need to add K. Did you put it in as E? Sorry. That we note Councillor Brent Weatherall's appointment as the head of the infrastructure portfolio, and thank you, Councillor Lund, for pointing that out the other day. There was also an error which needed to be fixed because there isn't a Creative Dunedin advisory group, there is a Creative Dunedin partnership. So the updated list to the councillor appointments to the outside organisations has just been circulated because there was an error in that relating to the councillor, to the Creative Dunedin partnership that Councillor Gary pointed out, so that's been corrected. Councillor Lund? Oh, sorry, so that would be, so we just needed to add, can we just put notes Councillor Joanne Gaylor's appointment to the portfolio co-lead heritage along with Councillor Lund. Councillor Russell Lund. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry that I missed that. Thank you. Righty-ho. We have now moved into debate. Councillor Mayhem seconded. And as I talked to it just before, I don't think that I need to speak to it anymore. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Vandervis.
Infrastructure, in my view, is probably the most important standing committee that we have. It's certainly the big spender. And in terms of getting a chair and co-chair or portfolio, whatever, regarding infrastructure, we have around this table two outstanding councillors who have an extraordinary amount of experience regarding infrastructure. The stellar one is Councillor Lund, who has not just got experience of infrastructure, but has over his entire career built over 100 major infrastructure in constructions around the city, and has also done projects nationwide, and has also written extensively regarding infrastructure in such productions as the National Business Review. And some of his articles in the National Business Review have been some of the best received and most widely read. I wonder why it is that Councillor Lund's exceptional infrastructure background is not being used in a position around this table for the DCC. The second most experienced person in terms of infrastructure around this table, I believe, is me. I've not just been on the council for 18-something years, but have over many years done a great deal of building personally, hands-on stuff, some major projects around the city, and also have a farm in which I've built roads, drains, sewage system, so have also an extraordinary amount of infrastructure understanding and long experience. For both Councillor Lund and myself not to be in any positions on the Infrastructure Committee, to me represents I have to say it, poor judgment in terms of the decision to put much less experienced councillors on that committee in those positions. Now, I'm very, very happy that Councillor Weatherall and Deputy Mayor Lucas are very experienced and wonderful characters. At the end of the day, people that I really enjoy speaking with, people that I think make a great contribution to the City Council. However, the area of infrastructure is one that is really quite specific, and it's really one that is fundamental to how Dunedin develops. It's our infrastructure that we leave behind to the next generation. It's our infrastructure that we need to get more competitively built because it hasn't been in the past. And I'm quite happy with my role as finance and whatever, council-controlled organisations. But I really feel that there is a lack around contracting for infrastructure in terms of real experience that Councillor Lund could and should bring to the Infrastructure Committee. So my suggestion for this particular appointment list is that we should at least have Councillor Lund as a co-chair or co-lead for infrastructure, or even a co-deputy if you want to start getting complicated and
Thank you,
add on.
Councillor Vandervis, out of time. I've noted. Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, Your Worship, thank you. Just a couple of comments. First of all, these are your appointments, and thank you for taking into consideration the Creative Dunedin Partnership has moved on to, an advisory group has moved on to the Performing Arts Advisory Group and the Live Music Advisory Groups that have been superseded, so thank you for making those changes. And in the spirit of lifting our colleagues up as opposed to contradicting the Mayor's decisions, I do want to say that Councillor Mayhem has my full endorsement in the appointment to the Creative Dunedin Advisory Panel. I think she'll do an excellent job at that role with the networks that she has. So good luck to all of those who are taking on new roles or changing roles. We all do our very best, I'm sure.
Councillor Galen.
Thank you. It's quite an interesting, I suppose, change from the very beginning that I wasn't part of, was the beginning of these new portfolios. And I guess for us who are going to be leading them or co-leading them, it will be helpful to know a little bit more about what are the expectations around meetings, abilities that portfolio leads have, and various other aspects to this new aspect to council work. I appreciate that things got off to a slow start, and we obviously had a very sad death of Jules Raddick, which probably impacted things here. But it would be really good if we could get off to a good start and have some more clarity from you as the Mayor around what your expectations are with these portfolios and what sort of performance, what sort of role they will have and how much ability they will have to recommend changes that might be needed to this council.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. I will respond to these. I chose Councillor Weatherall and Deputy Mayor Lucas to lead and deputy the portfolio. We'd moved from a committee process to a more frequent council process. And as I said previously, I will look to review that after the next few months. Councillor Weatherall has my full confidence. He was deputy of the Infrastructure Committee for the last 3 years and worked closely with Councillor Jim O'Malley on that portfolio. Deputy Mayor Lucas has also got 3 years experience throughout council, and I also wanted to connect the infrastructure to the future development strategy because I think it's really necessary to have a strategic view linking the 30-year infrastructure along with the 10-year plans and have a strategic overview. We're also very mindful that we need to build those positive staff relationships over the portfolio as well. But thank you, Councillor Vandervis. I'll re-look at the portfolios and who we have as deputies and how we can bring people along, bring new councillors along. Councillor Gaylor, thank you. You wouldn't have been here when I circulated the information around the portfolios, and I take that on board, and I will share that information, and we will have some discussions around that, around the expectations, etc. So we do have a document, and I will share that with you. So therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
Can we have it by division, please?
Sure. By division, thank you.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 10-4.
Thank you. Now we move to the notice of motion, and item 9, I've asked the Chief Executive to provide some advice.
So, councillors, as you're aware, Councillor Ong has a notice of motion on the agenda. He has submitted a proposed amendment. I'll get the GSO to put that up on the screen. Have you got the amended one there, Lynn? For the amended motion to be allowed at this meeting, you need to move a majority of those present must agree that the amended motion can be tabled prior to the original motion being seconded.
So just a question of clarification. Voting that the amendment should be allowed to be tabled isn't necessarily a vote to endorse the amendment.
It is not. It is simply to allow it to supersede the one that was published with the agenda. So it essentially replaces the one that was on your order paper.
So perhaps if I read the information that I have, it says understanding orders 26.4, the notice of motion can be altered with the agreement of the majority of those present at the meeting. This means that there will need to be a vote to determine if the majority of councillors agree with the notice of motion being altered. And I'll need to put the procedural motion to determine if the meeting is happy to accept the amended motion. As this is a procedural motion, I'll put it without debate.
If I can just clarify for Councillor Treadwell's benefit, since he's asking the question. Now, this alteration is an amendment to the notice of motion in order to provide a practical solution for our student community of Kiwis and Dunedinites. If this is not approved by the majority to have this addition, then my original notice of motion will still be presented for vote. And this alteration in the form of an addition, I will be tabling as a new notice of motion otherwise at the next council meeting. So it's really simply going to just save us the time to have another new notice of motion coming out for vote next time around. It's not to say...
In his opinion, right, I will put the motion that the council approves the amended motion for opposing removal of final year fee-free policy as circulated. All those in favour say aye. Those against? No. Abstentions? Okay, should we do that by division?
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gaylor.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
No.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion lost 10-4.
Thank you. We will move to the original notice of motion. Would you mind popping that up, please? Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I will note that when we debate that we will move to the 3 minutes as advised in an earlier email this morning, to 3 minutes for the mover and then 2 minutes for anybody that wishes to speak. So is there a seconder to Councillor Ong's motion?
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Lund. Now, Councillor Ong may speak to the notice of motion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Our students, our University of Otago, our Otago Polytechnic are the largest economic driver for Dunedin City's economy. And they serve our city and they serve as our community workers, our essential workers, and they serve as the doctors and nurses that we need for our city. So removing the final year fee-free directly affects our Dunedin students, and it directly affects our Dunedin economy, our university and our poly. And it affects our Dunedin hospital because our Kiwi students are studying right here to be our future doctors and nurses to serve our Dunedin community. So simply, it means if our Kiwi students take on more debt, they will be more inclined after graduation to move elsewhere, whether across the country or across the Tasman, than to stay in our most special city and to serve in our community for what we need. And more than that, in that what I have put forth in the edition that was just not approved is very simply to say, Dunedin City Council is not earning rates from our university. Our university is exempt. So in that sense, we do have the voice to say, our community is indirectly subsidizing our university, which is also at the same time our largest economic driver. We have a voice to be heard right now in terms of how our university and our Crown puts forth the policies that affect the financial future of our Dunedin and Kiwi students in our community. And then there is a second point here, which is simply to say there are things that are outside of our control, which is our Crown countrywide policies. But we do have something that's in our control, which is what our university does and how it spends its funding. Because simply, our university has had, in recent years, net operating deficits. We are indirectly providing funding to our university on our council because we exempt them as a countrywide policy from rates. Now, I will say something else that was going to have been put forth. Now it's going to be in the next notice of motion for the next meeting. That's to say, our university has funding that it provides to international students that we should reallocate out of to provide for our Dunedin and Kiwi students. And that's a tremendous amount of money. We need to find out how much that is.
Are there any more speakers? Councillor Lund, then Councillor Treadwell.
I think Councillor Ong is correct that we are going to spend more time on this, and it is regrettable that we did not allow Councillor Ong's amended motion to come before Council. I believe it's a better and more targeted specific motion. But I will, as the father of 4 children, 3 of which are through university and 1 of which is about to attend, and having spoken with many of their friends, I can tell you that the scholarships and the financial assistance offered by universities makes a huge difference in students' decisions. Now, we may not think that, we may not agree with that, but you're dealing with teenage brains here that 3 years is a very long time. It's an eternity, and so the amended motion advocating for the University of Otago to give priority to local and national students is a worthwhile one, because the university already does prioritise certain groups of students, low-income people, Maori Pacifica in terms of the medical school, and I'm sure others. And I'm taking it at face value what Councillor Ong has said, that there is a large scholarship fund that is available for overseas students, and it is a very relevant point that this city does contribute many millions of dollars in kind for rates, the sort of things that Canterbury University, for example, pay in full. They choose to pay in full because they have said to me they want to be good corporate citizens. So I think it's entirely reasonable that we as a council advocate for our local students, and we're not telling them, we're just simply saying we would like you to prioritise. We're not trying to tell them, we're simply reminding them that they are the beneficiary of our largesse, and that we would like them to give some priority to our students. Now, it's acknowledged that the university does give a large number of scholarships to local students. It tends to range between $3,000 and $6,000.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Out of time. Thank you, Councillor Treadwell, Weatherall, and then Gayla.
Thank you, Your Worship, and tēnā koutou. While Ōtākau Whakaihu Waka does have exemptions on a lot of its buildings through legislation of central government, it does contribute to rates revenue of the city in some places. And I don't see it as the place of council to direct the behaviour of the university. We have a really good relationship with that institution, and I'm sure we'll continue to discuss in other fora how we can work together for the benefit of the city. That being said, I think the removal of final year fees free is a real injustice upon students, and for the country for that matter. We benefit from an educated populace, most intuitively in the training of doctors and engineers and things of that nature, but just from a myriad of different qualifications and knowledge that enriches the country. There are students who entered into a degree with the understanding that they'd be paying $12,000 less in tuition effectively, who have had that that agreement fundamentally has changed once they're invested in their course of study, and I think that's outrageous. I'm quite happy to support this motion. I think it's appropriate.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The central government's national education policy is not a Dunedin City Council responsibility. No doubt councillors have differing views whether the fees scheme is good or bad policy, and I have no objection to individual councillors advocating for issues they feel strongly about outside of council business in their own time, yet I'm somewhat frustrated this item has taken up council time for the last 15 minutes. So let's just focus on Dunedin's ratepayers' issues and leave any education policy up to Parliament. For that reason, I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Gayler.
Well, this is a very timely reminder that Dunedin's actually very much dependent on the university and the student population for its well-being, and that includes to spend money in places where we've recently restored streets or done major developments such as George Street in our retail precinct. There is very good information that, each year more than $1 billion of money goes into the Dunedin economy from the student population. And I believe that any attempt to start to reduce the student funding will have an impact on Dunedin over time, and this is the thin end of the wedge. So we need to be very mindful of a council, as a council, of these citizens and of the university's importance to Dunedin. And I believe that we need to advocate for a greater, at least we need to watch very carefully what the government is doing in this space and whether or not it is continuing to reduce funding for students, because make no bones about it, it will have an impact on Dunedin and Dunedin's economy if this continues and we lose other fees to Dunedin, free fees and other policies that the government has in place for students. And it affects our retailers and also our entertainment, our bars, our cafes, our restaurants. All of them will feel the pinch over time if we continue to unfund students at this university.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to start by reminding everyone, and I agree that our education sector is a significant economic driver for our city. So that's the first thing. So I do agree with Councillor Ong on that matter, and I'm happy to support this particular motion. I was concerned hearing the debate wandering into areas around international students versus local students. I just want to remind everybody, and I'm just for a moment going back to my time as the chair of Study Dunedin, which is the advisory group for the international education sector in Dunedin, to say that each international student pays a very high amount of fees to the university. So it's a really important income stream for the university. But more importantly than that, that richness adds extraordinary, that diversity adds extraordinary richness to our city. And we need to be reminded about the proportion of our population that is students. But getting back to the international students, it is my understanding that each student brings around $75,000 per annum, I believe, in that vicinity to the city. So we setting up one group of students
Councillor
against
Gary,
the
if you
other.
could just wrap up. Oh, you probably can't see the timer.
I can't see the timer, no. That's the main thing I had to say. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Vandervis.
University funding decisions are not our business, and government policy regarding university funding is, again, well outside our purview. To say that we just want fees free to be reconsidered sounds kind of harmless enough. But we risk, and have done in the past, using the council platform as a way of simply bashing central government. And we've seen this in many other different areas as well. Funding decisions for students are not straightforward. The reference to the amount that's paid by overseas students at the university is certainly a major financial contributor to the viability of Otago University. And the number of checks and balances that the University Council need to go into in order to maintain what thankfully has been a growing number of students recently is a very complex business. My question to you is, how would you feel about the university coming to us and saying, we don't like the way you've decided to fund this, that, or the next thing? We would tell them pretty rapidly to butt out. And I believe we should do so here as well, which is why I won't be voting for it.
Councillors Mayhem, Hall, Sims, Lucas.
While I support the idea of this motion, I can't vote for it because it doesn't have a specific request of us, and simply that would have been to write a letter from the council to the government, but I don't see anything here directing us to how we would elevate this, so simply I won't vote for it. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Do you want to use a different one?
Should be right. Yeah, that's probably smart. I'll be supporting this motion, even though it has no action. Dunedin is a university city. Our students and the University of Otago and Polytechnic are central to the economy, our identity and the future workforce. These students will become our teachers, tradespeople, researchers, nurses, doctors. They will run businesses, create jobs, contribute to the community throughout New Zealand. Removing the final year's fee-free means more debt for young people in the exact point when they are trying to complete their qualifications and begin their careers. It is deeply disappointing that the government appears to be more interested in reducing support than investing in the future of our students. Students are not a cost to be trimmed, they are the future. We should be investing in them. It makes all sense to talk about shortages of doctors, nurses and other essential workers while making it harder and more expensive for New Zealanders to gain those qualifications. We cannot complain about losing our brightest young people while placing more obstacles in front of them. I believe the government should reconsider the decision and show it's genuinely interested in the future of the students, our workforce and the cities of like Dunedin, heavily depending on tertiary education. I am pleased to support this motion.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I will support this motion. I'll support it for one reason and one reason only, is that it sends a clear signal of support to the students and to the university from this council, and I'm happy with that. I'm very cautious about the discussion regarding international students, because what the university are achieving at the moment by attracting international students is that is offsetting a lot of the costs that would otherwise then be met by local students. So Councillor Ong's foreshadowed motion for next meeting would seem to be counterproductive to me, and I certainly would expect that other people would see that the same way. The university attracts, and high schools as well, attract international students as a way of offsetting costs for locals, and that can't be ignored. But I would also like to note that the greatest threat to the University of Otago is neither of those things, but is in fact the looming spectre of AI, and it's something that this council needs to be aware of, because Dunedin City is so dependent on the university and the tertiary sector, the Polytechnic as well, and we have got massive change coming in that area to a point where much of what's being taught at the moment may not be valued in the future, and that is going to bring very serious challenges for the University of Otago and also for the city of Dunedin, and we need to be aware of that and thinking about how our policies might affect that in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. As Councillor Gaylor said, yes, this is education is the biggest sector of industry in our city, but I agree with Councillor Weatherall. We have more than enough work of Dunedin City but council business without wading into the area of government policy. And as Councillor Mayhem said, I can't support a motion that has no action. Just by that motion, there's nothing to come of it. No, I just can't see what is the point in it. It's just virtual signalling.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment. We need to be very careful what we advocate for. There's statistics which I have and which have been published around the efficacy of the final year fees free, and that has not actually improved the targeted areas which were lower income areas. In fact, it's the higher decile areas higher decile students have been taking advantage of that. So that is a concern around equity there. Some other suggestions have been increasing student loans, increasing allowances, having scholarships, and then targeted aid to actually help the people that this is directed at. I think we also need to think about other things like work skills training, and I think the government had signalled that perhaps some of this funding might go into work skilled training to address some of the issues. I do support open access to education, and I want to make that very clear, because I like the Scots who came as settlers to the city. We are a city built on education, so I absolutely support that. And as a mother of a child with a rather large student debt, I support any government way of helping our students not enter their working lives with such a great debt. However, I can see that this motion does not have an action with it, that it says it opposes a very targeted thing. In an election year, I think that we need to be sending some signals to the parties that are competing for our vote about wake up and get some better policies, quite frankly, for our students. However, I don't necessarily think that it is for us to move a resolution that does not have an action. And I didn't support the other item coming, the other one, because it was incredibly wordy and still lacked clarity. Councillor Ong, your right of reply.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And first and foremost, some things should be pretty obvious. When we look right outside and see the student demonstrations on the removal of fee-free policy, then the course of action is very simply, you write a letter, because, or maybe you want to participate with our students in the next demonstration. I think that's quite obvious. There's action to be taken. Now, let's move on to the next obvious point. Our student community, our academic staff, our university and our poly are the largest economic drivers for Dunedin City, and they are our ratepayers both directly and indirectly, and they are also our largest potential constituents if they so decide to turn out in force the next time to vote. It's maybe not clear to some elected members here. And then, I am all for international students who pay full fees. But first and foremost, what they pay is not anything above the full cost of delivery. Our Kiwi students, our Dunedin students that pay a reduced cost are not paying a reduced cost at all, because very simply their families and they themselves are paying taxes and rates for our community and our country. And that's whether it's for generations, for years and their lifetimes to come ahead in serving our city and our country. Now, very simply, international students receive scholarships, and these scholarships go up to 35,000, even more than the amount of the fee-free final year amount of 12,000 that our local students can benefit from. It's simply to say there's a tremendous amount of international scholarships. Can you reallocate that to our Kiwi students? Because
thank you,
simply,
that your time
it's a
is
lot
finished,
of money.
and I will put this to the vote by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Yes.
Councillor Hall.
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso.
Yes.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Yes.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell.
Yes.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
No.
Motion carried 9-5.
Just also clarify the last motion. Just read.
Absolutely. Sorry, the computer's just jammed. When we had the last division for, I can't move my computer, sorry, and it was said that it was lost 10-4. Apologies, it was 11. It was lost 11-3. Mayor Sophie, I'd put incorrectly down as voting for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Now we're going to move to item 10, which is the Hearings Committee recommendation. And once we've done that, we will move to lunch. And I just want to signal that as we've got some councillors leaving, we will move into confidential after lunch to do an item there. It is the afternoon. It just popped over. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. In response to concerns raised by the Currybush community about road safety on Tyree Mouth Road, council staff developed 3 speed limit options for public consultation. Staff did not make a recommendation on a preferred option to the Hearings Committee, instead presenting the options and community feedback for the committee's consideration. This report presents the Hearing Committee's decision after considering the submissions received. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mayhem, do you want to speak to the recommendations just before we take any questions?
Yes, I do. So I'm happy to move the recommendations on page 107. Firstly, I'd like to thank Ms Benson and her team on our behalf for the huge amount of work that went into putting this all together. Just to summarise, initially it seemed that the overall sentiment favoured a targeted site-specific speed management response, especially in Currybush, over corridor-wide reductions. Concerns were focused on safety while maintaining efficient travel elsewhere. It was pointed out that at 80 kilometres per hour, that would result in a 54-second add to the daily commute. There were many different requests from submitters asking for speed reductions closer to Brighton and Big Stone Road to extend the lower speed. This was unable to be achieved under the NZTA current rulings. Most of the residents who were requesting status quo actually live in Tyree Mouth, which is entirely outside our constituency, and they're merely commuting through the area. The rationale for the Currybush reduction included residential access on blind corners within the settlement creates a conflict point at the current speed, limited sight lines at key locations including Dixon's Road and Tyree Mouth Road elevate the crash risk, constrained road geometry and frequent curves require lower, more consistent approach to speed locally. There is a mixture of vulnerable users and activities. Beach access points have poor visibility. There are many tourists on the southern scenic route, surfers, stock, farm machinery movements, regular logging trucks, pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders. And as we heard from Mr Burnip, there is a population of 350. We had submissions of 238, which indicates to me a fulsome consultation. The average operating speed is 88 to 92 kilometres per hour. That indicates that 100 kilometres per hour is much higher than the typical travel behaviour. Constrained road geometry and frequent curves require a lower, more consistent speed. Targeted change reduces driver confusion versus multiple changes along the route and balance safety with travel efficiency. I maintained a neutral opinion as chair of this hearing, while Councillor Sims put the motion for an 80 kilometre for the entire corridor. This was seconded by Councillor Treadwell. We kept an open mind throughout the hearings, and it was the Te Whatu Ora presentation relating to safety that had the most impact on our decision. Perhaps my colleagues would like to express their reasoning, and I'm also happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So we'll just move to some questions before we move to debate, just in case anyone has any questions of Councillor Gaylor.
I'd just like to hear a little bit more about Te Whatu Ora's submission. Just if you could just summarise it really quickly for me.
Mainly that pertained to the travel at which one speeds and the impact of a crash and the saving of people's lives specifically.
But what are the stats around it?
Perhaps those were those available in the papers that came to the hearing and on the video that'll be there. I think that somebody might have some time to look that up while if we have any other questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Sorry, I've got 2 questions. One is to do with the petition that we received, which I tabled at the last council meeting that related to this. So I'm guessing that some of the people who signed the petition also may have submitted, but I'm thinking that petition was to keep the speed limit as is, and so did you debate that?
I think the petition was actually calling for a speed reduction through Kirrybush, but not for the entire area. But I note that most of the people signing the petition lived outside of the area.
Sorry, my apology. Yes, it was the 80 kilometre through Kirrybush, which also was the recommendation from the Saddle Hill Community Board and from Fire and Emergency New Zealand. So there wasn't weight placed upon those particular submissions, or who obviously represent, quite a segment of the community.
As I mentioned before, the Community Board actually came and asked us to reduce the speed at Big Stone Road, which is bringing the speed back to the other side of Brighton, and we explored this, but because of the NZTA ruling, there was no way that could be affected unless it was for the entire 13.9 kilometre duration.
Councillor Vandervis.
Who was it that came up with the, was it 54 seconds difference from 80 to 100 kilometres?
That was a tool developed by NZTA and provided to RCA, so road controlling authorities, to use during consultation. So you put in the stats that you have and it gives you that output.
I'm a wee bit confused about that. Sorry, because when I Google travelling a distance of 17.3 kilometres at 80 kilometres an hour instead of 100 kilometres an hour, this results in a time difference of over 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes and 35 seconds actually, which is a very different result. And this doesn't seem to align with the information that we've been given.
I believe that the tool uses the average operating speed to calculate the difference in time travel. So the average operating speed is 90, not 100. So it's calculating the difference between traveling at 90 with the change down to 80.
So just to clarify, it assumes a 90 average and then goes ahead and says that if there's an 80 limit, that everyone will be travelling at the 80 limit. So on the one hand, it assumes 10 kilometres less than the limit, but on the other hand, it assumes that everyone will travel at the limit when it's a new limit. It doesn't make rational sense to me.
I don't think the average operating speed is assumed. We got that data from Mega Maps, which is provided by NZTA. They use probe vehicle data, GPS, fleet vehicle data, apps, mobile devices to determine that speed. And the way that the calculator works wasn't determined by us. That's how it's been provided to us. So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't assume everyone will be traveling 80. It takes the average operating speed. You'll have to look at the calculator. It's available publicly. If you Google cost benefit disclosure calculator, NZTA, it's available, and it tells you on the back page how all the calculations are made.
Do you accept, however, regardless of your calculator, that if you're travelling the distance of 17.3 kilometres that we're talking about, at 17.3 kilometres is distance from Tyree Mouth to Brighton. Do you accept that if we are travelling...
Can we just have a clarification, because I think the area that is being under discussion is 13.9 kilometres, not the 17. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, given, but to keep it simple here, do you accept that if you're travelling a distance of 17.3 kilometres, never mind that there are some changes in speed limit, at 80 kilometres instead of 100 kilometres an hour, that this does result in a time difference of more than 2.5 minutes?
I think they might have to use the calculator on that, do you?
Yeah, that would be true, but the caveat I'd put on that is that when we're using the average speeds of the operating speeds, they are what people are travelling at. They're not travelling at 100k.
The assumption is that if you reduce the speed then to 80k's, the assumption there is that they will similarly travel at below the speed limit.
Janine, did you wish to answer that?
Yes,
Sorry,
so Mayor Sophie, if I might, and Councillor Van der Vis, the new speed rule that we have in place has what is it called, a benefit cost disclosure statement, which is essentially a set of tools defined by NZTA so that everyone between Invercargill and Cape Reinga can do the same thing when it comes to calculating speeds, and that's what the team have used. So I guess probably maybe the conversation to be had about whether it's right or wrong might be better had with the NZTA than the team kind of using the tool that they've been given to use.
Do we have any other questions? I think that did Councillor Sims and Treadwell, or should we just move to speeches? We moved by Councillor Mayhem, who wishes to see it, seconded by Councillor Sims, who would like to speak to it. Councillor Sims and Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. 56% of the submitters that supported the status quo, 44% either supported a full reduction or a partial reduction. I think the hearing committee does owe some explanation to its thinking, and I'd like to try and give that. Additional weight was certainly given to submissions from residents who live along the road, submissions from organisations dealing with safety, health and emergency response, and submissions on behalf of sea lions. And it's interesting to note that, it's tragic to note that a sea lion was killed on the peninsula the day after our very hearing. Travelling the length of the road, which is 13 kilometres that you can currently travel at 100 kilometres an hour, travelling the length of the road at 80 kilometres an hour as opposed to 100 kilometres an hour adds 1 minute and 57 seconds to the travel time. Anybody who's raced cars will understand that to achieve an average of 100 kilometres an hour, you have to drive a lot faster than that when you where you're available. So the use of the 88 kilometre an hour average is completely irrelevant. Submissions in support of maintaining 100 kilometres an hour were predominantly resulted from residents in the Taieri mouth. They are familiar with the road and they have an advantage over recreational users and visitors. But this road is part of the Southern Scenic Route used by visitors. It has numerous formal and informal lay-bys, is used heavily by cyclists and is also used by sea lions. We absolutely have to note the submission from the Saddle Hill Community Board and also the submission from Mr Colin Weatherall, who supported a lower speed through Koori Bush but the retention of 100 kilometres an hour for the rest of the road. But in doing so, both organisations, or both the Community Board and Mr Weatherall, asked for the speed limit transition going into Taieri to be moved south by about 800 metres to accommodate the very dangerous intersection with Big Stone Road. Staff advised us that this was not possible without going out to another round of consultation, of expensive consultation, but the Hearings Committee recognised that this safety improvement that was being asked for from the Community Board and from Mr Weatherall could be achieved by reducing the speed limit on the entire length of the road. I acknowledge the submissions from residents of Taieri Mouth in favour of retaining 100 kilometres an hour over the full length, but it was a strong belief of the hearings panel, having heard all of the evidence, that the safest outcome for all users, all residents and all sea lions was a reduction to 80 kilometres an hour over the full length of the road, and I would hope that we could support that. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell, and then we've got Ong and Weatherall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and tēnā koe. Firstly, I'd just like to credit Councillor Mayhem for chairing the hearings committee meeting for this item. And similarly Councillor Sims for moving the motion that we're recommending to Council today. And also just to thank the submitters, particularly those who came and submitted in person. It felt very constructive. There was a lot of reasoned, calm back and forth around these viewpoints. It was also an interesting committee to be a part of in the regard that, and as was alluded to earlier by Councillor Mayhem, there really wasn't a strong viewpoint for any of the three options at the beginning of the hearing, and we developed it through that good hearings process. I'd note that, so a majority of submissions, as Councillor Sims pointed out 56% supported keeping the speed limit as it was, but I want to specify here that submissions as opposed to submitters. We got the breakdown of the submissions by individual and group, and it was a majority of group submissions that were in favour of a reduction. So it's not that each submission is an individual person. Some submissions speak for groups, and that makes the picture a bit different with regard to how many people are attesting to these different options. So I don't want to trivialise the increase in travel time, because that is a burden on the residents. But ultimately, it's incumbent on us to create safe conditions for the residents of that area. And on an individual level, it didn't feel unreasonable given the evidence we'd heard. An important consideration we had regarding a partial speed limit was the data suggesting that if you reduce the speed limit only across a short area between 200 km/h zones, there's a tendency for people to effectively just blat through it, which can, if we were to reduce a section where the speed limit was reduced to just the length of Currybush Road, it would likely be very ineffective. The presence of sea lions is a non-trivial factor. So thanks to the amazing work of the Sea Lion Trust, that population has recovered to the point that we actually have a breeding colony, which is something to be very proud of as a city. With the unfortunate outcome that often females and pups will use roads to escape males, and that's where the safety factor comes in. Not just the safety factor of the sea lions, but the safety factor of any driver in a car impacting a multi-100-kilogram animal on the road. So I'd just like to reiterate, I think this was a really well-run, well-reasoned hearings committee meeting, and I hope that the council adopts our recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Weatherall. Okay. Councillor Weatherall, then Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I appreciate the work of the Hearings Committee and acknowledge that safety is the primary driver behind this recommendation. However, after considering the report, my preference remains for option 2. The committee has stated that option 1 provides a more consistent speed environment. With respect, I struggle with that conclusion. A 6.3 kilometre section of road is not a short distance, and with appropriate signage, I see no reason why motorists would be confused by a change in speed limit over that length. The committee has also stated that option 1 better reflects the design and function of the road. Surely, the primary function of most roads is to safely get people from A to B. This is not a one-way in and one-way out road serving a single community. It is a rural connector, part of the Southern Scenic Route used by residents, commuters, freight, tourists and recreational users alike. I also note that 56% of submitters supported retaining the current 100 km/h speed limit. While consultation is not a referendum, I believe we should be cautious when departing from the clearly expressed view of the majority of submitters. For me, option 2 strikes a more balanced approach. It targets the section of road where concerns are greatest, while recognising that not every kilometre of the corridor presents the same level of risk. It also responds to the Saddle Hill Community Board's position and acknowledges community concerns without imposing a blanket reduction across the entire route. Finally, I would like assurance that we continue to focus on the issues repeatedly raised through consultation: road maintenance, vegetation management, signage improvements, and enforcement. Sometimes the safest outcomes come not only from changing the number on a sign, but from addressing the factors that contribute to the risk in the first place. So I won't be supporting this motion, but if unsuccessful, I'd be happy to support option 2. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis, then Councillor Lund.
Councillor Weatherall has been so eloquent in the way he put the argument for option 2 that it's not. I'm not going to bother repeating what he said. To me, it's a compelling argument. 56% of those people that wanted the status quo, I think, would be less upset if we went for the option 2, which to me seems to tick all the boxes. So in the event that we don't go for option 3, for option 1, I would like to support option 2 for the reasons outlined by Councillor Weatherall.
Councillor Lund.
Yes, it's the reduction speed limit does not have support from the local communities. It's actually worse than the numbers that have been quoted. 71% of submissions from Brighton and 58% from Tyree Mouth, might be the other way around, wanted no reduction at all. And I support Councillor Weatherall's, former Councillor Weatherall's proposal. That seemed to me to make the most sense. And in terms of safety, the submitters came up with a lot of very good suggestions. I'll just read them. They said instead of lowering the speed limit, we could better maintain the road surface. We could install warning signs, and we could improve vegetation management. Those are all reasonable and sensible ideas, and do not involve, what we've just heard is a significant increase in travel time. It's the clearly expressed view of the majority, and it might be a revolutionary view around this table, but I think we should listen to our communities.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, to thank the panel for how well you did this job in listening to the community and in listening to the evidence. I've been down this track before in another area of the city. It was when we changed the speed limit on the peninsula, and there's some similar components. Visitors, cyclists, felines were all part of it, and there was a bit of a furore, to be frank, around the thought of lessening the speed limits. The same arguments were raised, concerns about travel time, concerns about people being frustrated in passing and so forth. But it was around safety that won the day. And I can say to you that the important factor was, as Councillor Weatherall said, enforcement. So enforcement needs to go along with this. But for me, the reliance on Te Wharaora's evidence and the impact of an accident in terms of life and serious injury is the compelling factor, and we would be making an evidence-based decision here to support the motion. So I would be supporting it.
I think we also would like to join in thanking the panel for their good considered work on this matter. I know it's easy for us to sit on the outside and read a consolidated report and then have opinions on it, but I did note around the number of consultations that were advised, and I think that Councillor Treadwell did point out that some were representing groups and some were individuals, and I think we've had a lot of feedback on that when we've gone through our own hearings processes, that groups get counted as one submission and not actually 300 submissions. I also appreciate that you were dug down into who those individual submissions were, and then talked to those that actually turned up to the hearings. I think that's really important as well, that we need to be super careful about how we interpret data on the number of submissions, which the council has explained, and it's not always as easy as just looking at the report. And I think that the panel did a really good job in pulling out the actual issues and then addressing those as well, and listening to all these submitters around the consultation. So I will be supporting the option that has been moved. Your right of reply, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I don't have too much to add, but I will stress that we did consider all of the sea lions too. The data was slightly skewed, as Councillor Treadwell pointed out. One of the group submissions was all of the residents of Curry Bush, and they are the most affected. Also, we heard the advocating for the wildlife. We are a wildlife capital. A strong indicator was the speed that is actually travelled along the road. Nobody is travelling at 100 kilometres an hour. If they were, they're risking life and limb. I'll point out again, the people advocating for status quo were largely Taieri Mouth constituents. While they use our road, they vote and pay rates in another region. It's called the Southern Scenic Route, and when I'm travelling on a scenic route, I like to take in the scenery. Mr Burnip, who came and spoke to us today, was a strong advocate for the speed reduction, and he has lived for 52 years in Kirribush, and I think that his advocacy is important as it affects his daily enjoyment of life and safety. So all of these things were taken into consideration. Myself and the other members of the committee stand by our decision for an entire speed reduction of the 13.9 kilometres to 80 k's. Thank you.
I'll put the motion by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gaylor.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Sorry, was that an aye?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, sorry. Sounded like a no, sorry. Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 11-3.
Right, now we're going to move to a break for lunch, and I just want to feel the temperature of the room because I know there are a couple of councillors that want to leave. So would it be okay just to go for 30 minutes for lunch, or would people prefer 45?
45 will let staff make sure.
Okay, 45 will let staff make sure that they are here. So before we break, I'm going to move a resolution to exclude the public. So I move that the council, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that's carried. And now I will move that we adjourn until 1:15. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. And please be back at 1:15. I have my notes that Councillor Lund will withdraw from this item. Councillor Cherry Lucas will speak to the recommendations, and staff. Staff. Oh, you've withdrawn. Okay. Was it for this item as well as the other? You're the next one. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
And staff will answer questions.
Staff will answer questions. Do you wish to open with speaking, or how would you like this to go? Okay. Has anybody got any questions? Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, no, interesting to see this because, as you know, I've been talking about it a bit since prior to the election, and I'm still not 100% clear on the consultation aspects, to be honest. We have the significance and engagement. Sorry, I should be looking at you. Significant and engagement policy. So what I'd like to know is how will, say for example, road closure for a cycleway, can you walk me through what would happen using the significance and engagement strategy if you are to decide whether or not it gets consulted on, and how widely that occurs?
Thank you, Councillor. So just to note for the Traffic and Parking Bylaw 2010, which is the current one that's active for Dunedin City Council, the current bylaw doesn't set any requirements regarding public consultation or related to the significance and engagement policy, just because as a 10-year kind of regulatory tool, we defer to primary legislation to set the requirements for when it's required. So under the Local Government Act Part 6, councils are required to maintain a significant engagement policy that determines at what points they consult and engage. Things like road closures are also subject to additional requirements under the LGA 1974. So for instance, if a road were to be closed, Schedule 10 of that act is very prescriptive as to the period of public consultation required. I believe it's a period of around 40 days or so that would be required. So in terms of the updates to this bylaw, there'd be no changes to our standard traffic and parking hearings committee process. So we take, and it's kind of good in a way that the following report is in the same meeting as this, because that kind of shows the bylaw in action process-wise. So nothing with regards to how we interact with the significance and engagement policy changes as a result of these updates.
Sorry, I didn't think that it would, but what I'm wondering is, if you could walk me through, say, for example, a closure of a piece of road for a cycleway, how would that now change with this new bylaw? Because there are some changes there, I know that. There is shared pathways now, that was not a category that was there before, and that sets out a new legal framework, I guess. So if you could just walk me through that as best you can.
My understanding, the staff may correct me, is that has nothing to do with the bylaw if we're putting a cycleway on the road. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor. So with regards to if the cycle lane, for instance, removes parking specifically, then that would go to this committee. But if there is just a change in the use of the road, then that wouldn't fall within the traffic and parking restrictions per se that go through the hearings committee process.
Any other questions? Or did you have a follow-up question, Councillor Weatherill?
Thank you. Can staff please clarify whether this proposed bylaw provides council with any stronger powers to deal with unregistered and unwarranted vehicles occupying metered parking spaces, particularly vehicles that remain for extended periods?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Although this was not going to be my ambit today, unregistered and
Sorry, you need your microphone. It's not on.
I'm sure you can hear me anyway. Unregistered and unwarranted vehicles aren't dealt with as part of this bylaw. They are dealt with by statutory, central government legislation. So parking staff use tools set by government to infringe or tow vehicles that are unregistered and unwarranted on the road.
So those options are open to council presently?
Yes, enforcement officers under the Land Transport Act are warranted to tow vehicles from the road when they are unregistered and unwarranted or causing a danger to road users.
Given the examples of a particular vehicle in the Morrow Place, why has that not been done to date?
That's not a matter of my legal purview. Perhaps Mr Henderson might be better addressed to address the council on that matter.
The vehicle in question generally has an occupant. And so we wouldn't be towing a vehicle that had someone inside it.
If I may add to that, Ms Graham, you are legally unable to tow a vehicle with somebody in it. And also we have to engage a contractor to tow vehicles. As I understand it, the person in question may be homeless and living in their vehicle with a dog. A tow contractor will not tow a vehicle with a dog in it because that causes issues under the Animal Welfare Act.
May I suggest try around about 3 o'clock any day of the week. The occupier of that vehicle does walk a dog for quite some distance around the town.
Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions, Councillor Gaylor?
So can you just explain to me why the shared pathway option or the new category was inserted into the bylaw, please?
Thank you, Councillor. So under the previous bylaw, we note that the different types of network restrictions were grouped under one of the interpretation clauses towards the beginning. So it said council may under this bylaw restrict cycle paths, roads, shared paths, things like that. It's more to reflect the diverse kind of roading network that we have today. So since the bylaw was first introduced in 2010, we've seen the development of more shared zones, shared paths, things like that. So it's just to clarify and make it more visible and like transparent for the public reading it as to where those different parts of the network sit, but it doesn't introduce any new powers that council couldn't have delivered under the existing bylaw.
So as it doesn't introduce any new powers, how will you use it if you do need to? Because a bylaw is a bylaw.
That's a determination of council. So this is the regulatory mechanism. So in terms of how that gets used, that goes through our hearings committee process. If it has parking implications, that's not up to us to say how it gets used.
So it will always be going to a hearing, whatever gets proposed under that bylaw.
Anything with application under this bylaw will go to a hearings committee. So we currently group changes in 3 different categories. So there's parking changes, corrections, and clarifications. So those are explained in the subsequent report.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And my question is in the context of this bylaw. So this is trying to apply something to be science-like in what is really more of an imprecise, art-like approach. And I'll give that in the context of saying we have areas that are untimed, that based on the feedback of our community businesses, they need to be timed. Now the second example is time limits which are being moved to being untimed.
Councillor Ong, are you looking at the correct report? We are talking about the proposed traffic and parking bylaw rather than the parking changes?
I am speaking on the parking and in the context of
could you
how
ask a question, please?
It's following on from, for example, what Councillor Weatherall was saying. Now, the other example that's affecting parking is where bus stops are being moved, historically have been moved, and they've reduced the parking spaces.
So that's on the next paper, which is the recommendations on the proposed parking changes.
In the context of this parking bylaw, which is putting forth something that's, it's science-like in the approach, how are you going to address these factors where there's different community considerations that are being put forth?
So the bylaw just enables council decision making. So it's just a regulatory framework for decisions to be made on the road. So with respect to car parking and bus parking, that's something that's considered through a hearings committee process and through consultation. So, and then eventually through council for resolution.
Right, Deputy Mayor Lucas, you wish to move this, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, yes, I'm happy to move it, and I do wish to speak to it. And I would like to thank my fellow hearing panel members, Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Mayhem, and also to thank the staff who extremely, as you can tell, extremely knowledgeable and very supportive of the hearings panel in this area. And as was noted, this was a 2010 bylaw. We've already seen it in front of us a few months ago, councillors, and after the 31 submissions, there are very few changes. And really the main things is some explanatory notes to refer back to the the consultation will take place, as the staff have already acknowledged that. So, yes, very few hearings and very few changes. It's just basically updating the 2010 bylaw. And you'll note, of course, the addition under the new Regulatory Standards Act, that we need to have the extra explanatory note that goes with that bylaw. That's new as from the 1st of July.
Thank you. Would any of the other Councillor Gaylor?
Just speaking to it, it is fair to say that there is a new category in there that we didn't have before, and it is the shared pathways. It does actually, while it doesn't make it easier in terms of a legal bar for us to establish cycleways, both 2010 and 2026 bylaws require the same basic mechanism, and that's a council resolution, so that's a good thing. But however, it does smooth the path, no pun intended, for creating more cycleways, and as we know, in Dunedin, that these are contentious, and there's a lot of widespread concern as to how these come about, and people often don't feel consulted. So I think it's perfectly fine for as council representatives to raise this as an issue. A shared pathway wasn't defined previously as a legal category and now is. So therefore it was designating something that a bylaw didn't clearly describe before. So now that shared paths are explicitly defined and given their own clause, council has a cleaner, harder to challenge basis for creating them, less ambiguity about whether it's within their power. When you look at the significance engagement policy as well, you've got a range of options that can be chosen for consultation. Some are do nothing, others are, you have to go to consult. So there is a range, and it's not the case that under the Local Government Act we will consult on everything. So I'm just really wanting to signal that there is a change here, that we have, I think, thoroughly investigated it. I think we should be on notice to continue to keep an eye on how this bylaw is used, because forgive me for saying this, but there actually is a lot of mistrust towards the council on the issue of cycleways and how they come about, and I think it's only prudent that we question that. Got no problems with that. That's about all I have to say. I won't be supporting this bylaw because I'm still not satisfied that that is the case, that we will be able to have effective consultation under it. And not just for cycleways, it's also the parking, which, as we can see in the next paper, is one of the most contested areas in Dunedin that people frequently want to talk about and want to raise with us. So I'm still not 100% that consultation will occur for some of those changes either. And in fact, we see some rather arbitrary things happen with, and people are surprised on a regular basis. All you have to do is read the submissions that people make, which quite often what? We didn't see this coming. So I just think the bylaw to me still doesn't contain enough assurance that we are not going to be heavy-handed and just go ahead and do our own thing. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall, then Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Good bylaws should be clear, practical and enforceable. And a bylaw is only as good as the enforcement behind it. The problematic policing of the Central City alcohol ban could be a good example of this. Within the CBD, we have situations where unregistered and unwarranted vehicles are occupying valuable metered parking spaces for extended periods of months, weeks or days without paying, seemingly avoiding enforcement by ticketing or towing, enabling the occupiers of the offending vehicles to continue in the way they have become accustomed. That understandably raises questions about fairness for the motorists who are complying and paying to use surrounding parking spaces, and for the businesses that rely on regular parking turnover. While this bylaw doesn't create new enforcement powers, I would encourage staff to continue looking at whether our current approach is delivering the outcomes our community expects regarding sensible rules backed up by consistent enforcement. One without the other simply doesn't achieve the outcome we always try to deliver. With that observation, I'm pleased to support the updated recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Mayhem.
I'm happy to second option 1. The advantages are it incorporates all the feedback from the submitters that were heard at the Hearings Committee. It aligns with the advice provided to us by the external legal counsel and experts in traffic and parking bylaws. And the updated bylaw reflects current legislative and regulatory provisions and the current and emerging technology. It meets all of the statutory requirements and the secondary legislation adopted after the 1st of July 2026. It is a balancing act, and to Councillor Ong and others' concerns regarding parking, this does get reinstated at every available opportunity, and I feel on most of the parking committees that I've sat on, this does get well canvassed around the table, and I believe that the staff do a thoroughly good job on meeting all of the needs of all of our city users, and particularly I like to see the accessibility lens that we put on the committee around parking for handicapped vehicles and the way that we can make the city usable, buses and a daily commute, and taking into account the changes that are needed around the hospital build and the way we move around the city going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Hall.
This is just a local bylaw, and as such its scope is pretty narrow, and I think staff actually have done a reasonable job in trying to make it as simple as possible. So I don't have a problem with voting for this. I did extensively question some of the possible repercussions of the bylaw, and they're not always easy to foresee. And I feel confident that, especially the approach that the staff have, that currently anyway, that this bylaw doesn't really present any issues for us. I would like to comment on Councillor Wetherell's concern about unregistered and unwarranted vehicles in the CBD, which is not really subject of bylaw, but comes under the requirements set down by central government. And I would like to reinforce what Councillor Wetherell said about unregistered and unwarranted vehicles, but not just in the CBD. I've had quite a few complaints from time to time about vehicles that literally for months have been sitting in front of people's houses, no warrant, no registration, sometimes missing parts, and they haven't been moved on, as is able to be done under central government legislation. So I recognise that we've had a shortage of parking enforcement staff, that it's not always high on their list, and it's unfortunate that in one case I had to go to staff a couple of times to get 3 vehicles removed from a street where they were plainly just using the public road as a dump for these unregistered cars. So hopefully with most of the staff positions now being filled, we will be able to see less of the issue of unwarranted, unregistered vehicles and associated problems around the city, and not just in the CBD. Thank you.
I've got Councillors Hall on Gary. Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I'll support item 11. This bylaw modernises the existing framework and gives council a clear legal basis for managing traffic and parking across the city. I understand the concerns raised by the submitters about future roading changes and consultations. However, adopting this bylaw does not itself create new cycle lanes, road closures, or remove parking. These decisions still need to follow the appropriate legal and consultation process. Overall, it is a practical update that improves clarity without removing the public's right to be heard on future changes. I happily support it.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our bylaws and our legislations, these are conducted with the best efforts of our staff and from the feedback of our community members. And as we know, it is the application of it, because essentially broad-based bylaws have their limits, and bylaws which are done on paper come down to the practical application of it. And so very simply, in 3 ways, it is about firstly having hands-on governance in terms of what our community needs. It's secondly on the ability to have enforcement when it comes to, for instance, the abandoned cars that we see, or for instance, the long-standing abandoned historic houses in our community that have been there and have not been addressed for many years. We know what they are. And so simply it's becoming proactive and understanding in the full scope of our council authority what we can do about these matters, which is the authority that we have on council and the authority we have in the legal scope of the law. And then thirdly, when it comes to the matters of cycleways, of parking, of bus stops, of time limits, of understanding the differing voices in our community that will always be there, differences in what our community members want. And then it's to say for each of these 3 things, we do need to have that type of roundtable discussion amongst our elected members, whether it's in the context of what we're doing now, or whether it's in the context of a dedicated workshop to say, okay, there are different opinions. How do we come straight off to that solution for each of these matters, and each of us representing members of our community to decide what is going to take place onwards from there?
Councillor Gary.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't going to speak, but I feel the need to do so. And just to remind colleagues that from time to time we update bylaws, and sometimes it's quite straightforward, and I believe that this is one of those occasions. So I really don't think there's anything to see here. There's been a lot made of some elements, and there are plenty of checks and balances around the use of roads, and this idea that we might sneak in a cycleway is not the case. And I just remind colleagues that there are many opinions in the city, many groups, different groups of people. We heard from one of them this morning around the lack of connectivity around cycleways, but that's for another day. And I also wanted to acknowledge the staff for pointing out the human element. I heard what Councillor Weatherall had to say around a car that was parked there for a long time, and there are inconveniences in that and problems with that, of course, but there's a human element to this, and let's not forget that, please, when we're having these discussions. We're leaders in this city, have some humanity. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for reminding us about the mobility parks that are part of this bylaw, and I thank the staff who have continued to take this into account and ensure that that is part of any decisions we make and any bylaw that we're looking at, any upgrades to the bylaw. So I'm very happy to support this.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, your right of reply.
Just briefly, and Councillor Gary, I think that you're right and you're summing up. We update bylaws all the time, and effectively there's nothing to see here with such minimal changes. And effectively, by adding in the shared pathway, I don't think shared pathways were a thing in 2010. So I mean, it's basically bringing it into the modern day. And Councillor Weatherall and Councillor Van der Vis, I mean, as we heard from staff, the enforcement of unwarranted and unregistered vehicles is not for this bylaw, unfortunately, and so. Another time, but thank you for your support with this.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
That might have been Steve saying aye, I think.
Yes, me.
Kia ora. Abstentions? Therefore, I declare the motion is carried, and we will move on to item 12, the Hearings Committee recommendations on the proposed parking changes, and Councillor Simms will withdraw from this item. And we can go for questions first. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Mayhem.
I just wondered if you could point out to the other councillors the number of bus stops that were reassigned into car parks in this paper, please.
I can just talk to that. So traditionally, buses went down Princess Street and turned down Andersons Bay Road to service Shield Hill and Waverley and Ocean Grove. Now all of the buses go down Princess Street and through King Edward Street. So we've rationalised the buses that were on Andersons Bay Road back as much as possible into parking, and Rose is going to give me the number, which is 10 redundant bus stops.
So how many bus stops, how many 10 bus stops equals how many parks? 3 parks to a bus stop, roughly?
So that totals 21 car parks with a mix of restrictions based on the surrounding areas.
Oh, could you just say that again? 21 car parks.
And I'll just note that we in the buses being rationalised into one route, we had to make some bus stops bigger on that route, so we've had to increase some bus stops, but we've also tried to add the rest back to parking.
I just have a question. It's great that we're so responsive to businesses that and people who want changes, and I just wondered, if I'm a person listening to this, who and where do they go to if people want changes that makes it easy for them to get into part of this process?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. So the transport regulation team is a team of 3 of us, and we have a standard email address that all are welcome to contact. So on our website, under the regulation section, we have a section called How to Request Parking Changes that spells out a bit of the process and evidence we'd be looking for. So if a business, for instance, is going in their dairy and they'd rely on short-term parking amenity to be able to be provided, we'd ask them to state the case for need, and then gather an initial sense of support from surrounding businesses as well, and have those conversations directly. Then they would bring us a proposal, and we would go out to consultation with that proposal with surrounding affected properties and businesses, and then it would progress through the hearings committee process. So through the website is the best point of call, and any questions could come to our general regulation inbox.
And also we get some referred through CSA as well. People just make contact with DCC in various ways and they get passed on to us.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the website, about whether it's easy to find for people that want some parking changed, but I'm sure you've taken note of that. Councillor Gaylor.
Yeah, this is just in relation to the Gardens Oberho area, and I note that there has been some concern expressed around 8 submissions where people work at the supermarket and they're saying that they still need to have their parking, and you're saying that there's still a significant number. Have you done some traffic studies around those areas just to see how congested that is in terms of the parking, and whether or not, in fact, this is a good idea? Because people, quite vociferously expressed their opposition to it. And, I know, having lived and shopped in that area, that actually it can get pretty congested around there. And supermarket workers, they start very early, 6 a.m. sometimes or earlier. So, yeah.
We've been down multiple times and we've seen that often the cars don't turn over. I think a lot of students and likes live down there, and so we're trying to increase the turnover for people visiting the area, because there's a lot of balanced needs. But yeah, it is a very congested and busy area.
And how much weight, do you have a weighting system that you give to, the people that do say they use it for their parking, for their work? Does it come into it that you can actually perhaps give a little bit more priority to that? Because it does feel like, even looking at the Andersons Bay Road changes, that there is a lot of opposition expressed by particularly people who work in those areas. Is there a weighting given to what they say?
We try to balance all of the inputs, and we try to sort of express that to the committee so the committee can balance that as well, and we allow people to come and talk, make submissions to the committee to be considered. So we often support businesses where there's really strong business need. We support turnover. Later in the year, we'll be coming to council with the beginnings of a parking strategy, and that will actually have hierarchies, so council will be able to decide on that. So they'll be able to give direction about who has priorities in different parts of the city, and then we'll use that going forward for making decisions.
Yeah. Do you agree, though, that you seem to be saying no to these people's concerns more than you're saying yes?
Don't necessarily know that that's an appropriate question for staff to answer.
That would probably be more for the committee, because the committee's making the decision.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I think our staff can appreciate there are differing considerations that are coming from between our businesses. So, for example, if we think about what are the cooperative large businesses, as Councillor Geller has given an example of, we also have the considerations of our community businesses, and these have been highlighted to me as well. In the same area, when you have a time limit, that means that there is availability of parking for our community members to go into those community businesses.
Yes, do you have a question?
Well, I'm going to ask to our staff. I think they appreciate it, but I'm not sure. I'll ask them if they do. I think they do. They understand the nuances here, and that's to say, for instance, as well, between one business.
So perhaps you might like to say that for a speech. Can you please ask the question?
To our dear staff, do you appreciate these different nuances that we appreciate from our community businesses that are both large and smaller, in the sense that in some cases these businesses are also competitors?
Perhaps it's a question for the
for
committee.
Things like parking, for things like coffee and everything else.
That sounds like a speech. Perhaps as chair of the committee, would you like to answer that, Councillor Lucas?
Yes, I'm happy to answer your question, Councillor Ong. And yes, absolutely, the Hearings Committee factor in small businesses and the needs for small business and the ability for them to be able to operate and for their customers to be able to access their businesses. So that is definitely a factor that we'll take into account.
Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. Just a question regarding unrestricted parks. So there's some references made on, kind of sprinkled throughout, but on page 191 I'm looking at some. And there are 10 unrestricted parks which are frequently occupied all day or longer. Am I right in understanding that unrestricted parks, they're not for parking in overnight, right? They're not to be camped in?
So under the Traffic and Parking Bylaw and the Land Transport Act, if a vehicles remain in one space for 7 or more days, that's not permitted. But we did conduct some monitoring on Bond Street just with checks of cars parked in that area, and noticed over a period of a couple weeks, some vehicles weren't necessarily moving. Yeah.
And that was the case. Right. That was a case where we proposed more restrictions, and the committee thought about it and wanted to keep a bit of variety in the area. So that was the recommendation the committee came up with. Which is
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the context around that. I just want to make sure that our unrestricted parking can't be used as a sort of de facto off-street parking for residential, or that's not the intention.
It often will be, and it's very difficult to enforce, and that's just the nature of unrestricted parking.
Thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. To our team here, do you appreciate that because we are facing a challenging economic environment in our city, we have the businesses that are consumer staples, we have the businesses that are consumer discretionary, and because of that challenging economic environment, there is a bit of contention possibly in the things that both want And maybe it won't be so much of that environment if our economy is growing and larger to provide enough for both.
The Hearings Committee Chair, I think, can answer that. Or did you understand the question? Okay.
Look, I think when we're looking at on-street parking, which we regulate, there's generally a reasonably finite supply of it. And so we go through a consultation process to work out how best to manage that supply. Often around businesses, a restriction is appropriate because it does increase turnover, and we put that through the committee process.
And Councillor Ong, just to note as well, through the development of the parking strategy, there will be wider consultation occurring as well, reaching out generally to businesses and communities in the area to understand parking needs and wants as well. So in that, more conversations to come in that space.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, you're going to move. Who would second it? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, and once again I'd like to thank my fellow hearings members, Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Mayhem, and in particular thanks to the staff and who are very knowledgeable, and we have very robust debate, I think is the correct word, on we go through each parking change one by one, and I think if we're not familiar with it, I know I personally go and visit the site beforehand, and I might often park in the street for some time or visit it over a number of days so that I'm familiar with it, and I know the staff, as we've heard, monitor the changes, and we made a number of changes from what had been proposed, and staff also took on board a number of submissions. I mean, for example, in the Queen's Gardens area, they was a different recommendation from what they'd gone out on consultation on. And as was noted in the report, that overall we've gained 19 restricted car parks, 5 unrestricted car parks, and we've changed the restrictions on 40 car parks. But it is very much about balancing the needs, and as you mentioned, Councillor Treble, about inner city apartment, we want to encourage inner city living, but then that comes with, so it's all about balancing the needs across the city, and as staff have referred to, when the parking strategy comes, that'll be something that we'll need to look at in the hierarchy. And also we listen very closely to the submitters, and you'll note in the report, for example, we're going back to revisit Roslyn Village after some very strong submissions from people about Roslyn Village. So we definitely take on board the submitters and try and balance everybody's needs. Thank you.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas, Councillors Vandervis and Mayhem for your work on this. This is a big paper to have a look through with all of the parking and see where you're at. It was good to see a common sense approach taken, and I did ask the question about how people know how to apply for parking changes, and it would be good to have that absolutely clear on the website, because sometimes people get confused about where they go. But I think that businesses seeing this especially would know that we are flexible. Businesses change all the time, bus stops change, so it's good to be able to look at the best use of our parking spaces. Good to see some clear listening from the consultation as well, in changing the parking, e.g. around Queen's Gardens, and actually taking on board that. This will also help to increase parking turnover, which is really important. If we've got cars sitting there all day, we really want to increase the turnover, especially around businesses. Thought it was really good when you had feedback to be looking at taking a holistic approach to areas such as Roslyn Village, which actually, when you look at it, becomes its own complex ecosystem of challenges. So sometimes it is good to step back and take another look at those. So again, thanks to the committee, and I do support this. I've got Councillor Chambers, then Councillor Gaylor and Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks. I'd just like to echo the comments made by the Mayor. I think Shelley and your committee have done a fantastic job, and we're doing this extensive bit of work on parking changes, and our officials have done a fantastic job. And obviously, it sounds like it's included some field work by yourself as Deputy Mayor, which I think is quite important in relation to these issues. I think all submissions have been listened to, and some changes have been made as a result. So I think it's a very good bit of work, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Gaylor.
I'm looking forward to the parking strategy, and developing that further, because I can see in here that there is still a lot of feeling in the community that we are losing car parks, free car parks, and car parks that people can park in while they go to work at sometimes some rather awful hours for at times very little pay, and frosty conditions, etc. So no, I am looking forward to that, but I'm also saddened to see that we cannot satisfy what seems to be a large group of workers that are protesting at these hearings to any of these changes. So I'm hopeful that a parking strategy will give us some clearer guidelines and also be able to perhaps dispel that perception that will be out there when we put these changes out there, that we are revenue gathering by installing those car parks, those shorter term car parks. So I'll be looking forward to that, but at the moment I just want to note that those people are heard, and the parking strategy, hopefully we'll be able to discuss it further and get some clearer parameters that help them as well into the future.
Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Hall.
Kia ora. I would like to thank Simon Spears and Rose Windrow for their guidance and advice on the hearings panel. The purpose of this paper is to approve minor parking and bus stop changes to improve safety, turnover and reflect bus network updates. As said earlier, there were 21 car parks that were reinstated at redundant bus stops, converted to a general mix of P5, P30, P60, 120 and also unrestricted parks at multiple sites. It also addressed mobility and reserved parking, time limit adjustments to increase turnover, and I'm very happy to see the bus stop shelter on the Coast Road in Warrington that supports the route extension and is moving the pedestrians away from the highway. These updates reflect historic restrictions, P5s outside of schools, bus stop removals, resident-only allocations and mobility parks. Again, I thank the members of the committee for their work on this, and again, delighted at the restoration of those 21 car parks in the city. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. The committee has listened to submitters, withdrawn or amended proposals where concerns were very strong. It's always hard to make everyone happy, but I think they've made some very balanced choices I'm happy to support.
You're right of reply.
Just brief.
What is it with the microphones today?
Just briefly, I just would like to encourage all councillors to come along to a parking hearing. Parking hearing is the hearing that nobody wants to go on, although I think that Councillor Van der Vis at the end of the hearing might have said that he might have almost enjoyed it, but I wouldn't want to put words in his mouth. And I think, as Councillor Hall said, it is actually about balancing the needs, and you can't satisfy everybody, and we do the absolutely best that we can. And this, Councillor Gallagher, is not about revenue. This is about parking changes like a restricted time like P30, P60. This is not a revenue exercise at all. I just wanted to make that clear. But please, yes, all councillors are welcome to attend the parking hearing.
Thank you, and I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
No.
Those against? No. Thank you. Abstentions? That is carried. I'll move to item 13, the development of the 10-year plan, and Ms. Allen and Ms. Fraser will speak to the report. Is it a battery problem or a...
Some of them are batteries and some of them are actually, see their battery's full, so it's actually the mic.
We've got Councillor Nunn's spear as well now.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you. I have a question on paragraph 18 on page 233, and it talks about the I was unaware of the changing around the group of activities, and it says the government is currently seeking feedback on the proposed groups, and I was unaware of that as well. So can you just give me an outline of how they're seeking feedback, whether there's any time for a report to come back to council for us to give feedback, or is it what does it look like?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. It's light feedback rather than where the government opens for like a more formal consultation and is looking for sort of more formal submissions. So my understanding is it's just kind of light feedback from the sector. I know that Tai Tuara, the local government professionals organisation, has provided some comments, but my feeling is it's sort of they're coming to the point where potentially it would be put into the systems improvements bill, like written into it, and they're looking for some final sort of light feedback ahead of that. So not a full consultation, if that makes sense.
So are we more or less aligned with those groups now, or with those changes? I'm just thinking in terms of the long-term plan. Are we more or less aligned with those groups, or would that actually require some rejigging on our part?
So in terms of the groups, the only one that we directly align with at the moment is the Roading and Footpaths group, because it's already a mandatory group in the previous long-term plan. So the other ones would require rejigging. It would mostly be a matter of just sort of organisation and structure of the long-term plan and moving activities into the right sort of area. And then I guess from a finance team perspective, a bit of, changing things in the background in terms of finance to make sure we're rolling up group of activity budgets with the right activities. So it would be sort of a behind the scenes change more than anything.
And do we have any signals on when the systems improvement bill might go through Parliament?
I think from memory we're still expecting that to go through before the election. I think it's had its second reading and we're expecting the next step. I mean, I'm not sure when the second reading was going to happen earlier in the year, but has happened just recently. So we're keeping an eye on, when different bits of reform are expected, and we'll keep the council up to date with any changes.
And what other reform that we're expecting? That's probably a long list to ask you, but I just wondered whether it's all going to be pre-election and what else we might be expecting to come through.
So I can definitely check all the details and send a follow-up email with the different bits, because as you say, Mayor Sophie, there's a lot of different moving parts with the legislative reform. But from memory, there's some changes to building, which are not expected before the election. The amalgamation, local government simplification, I think is beginning of next year to have the legislation introduced. Systems improvements expecting before the election. I think the RMA reform as well, and I can double check on anything else and provide an update of where things are at.
Thank you, that would be helpful. Councillor Gaylor.
Bear with, I have a few questions. So with regards to the timetable here on page 234, the budget options reports that we presented to council, will they have recommendations, and we will need to create positions on each one of those as they come through? Just want to double check with the Chief Executive on that one.
Yes, the options reports will ask exactly that, for council to consider options and come up with a position.
And will we be able to change that when it comes to going to adoption of the 10-year plan consultation document? Well, probably council budget meeting. Is that where we make the rubber hits the road with the...
I think the CFO has said before, we need a draft position to prepare the draft budgets, the pre-draft budgets essentially. Then you get the draft budgets in December, which will then be considered and form the basis of the consultation document for the community.
And it just refers here on page 235, the financial strategy. So we've given you some early direction on the financial strategy. Will there be a separate paper on that as to what that looks like in terms of that early direction?
Yep. Yeah, there's a number of papers that will come in.
And when will that come into this timetable here?
Yes, similarly to the budget option reports, we'll be progressively bringing those things through to you, leading up to a final decision on it at the early December meeting.
Some of those some of those key underlying documents, like the financial strategy, the revenue and financing policy, infrastructure strategy, need to be considered in advance of the draft budget, so we've got the underlying assumptions on which to build the budgets. So.
And can I just make a request, with the volume of material that is going to be coming through and so many big decisions to make, I realise it's probably asking you guys to go above and beyond, but also to try to get those papers to us as soon as you can. I know that we have a statutory requirement, but sometimes the volume is getting right up there, and being able to understand it all in time is really important.
We aim for 7 days in advance, which is significantly longer than the statutory time frame, and that at the minute is the best we can manage, especially as we move to more frequent council meetings. So you get 7 clear days with your papers.
Could I add, we will try and, if we think we need to, have a workshop prior to some of the reports coming through, similar to what we did on Monday with the rating. And just to clarify, there will be public workshops, won't there? Yes, where we can. And when it comes to the amount of issues that we're going to be consulting on, because we'll be going straight to the highest special consultative procedure, I'm taking it for this. There will be a range of issues. There'll be South Dunedin Future, there'll be Smooth Hill, there'll be others. In my experience of these documents, things can easily get buried. Is there a consideration to separate out some of these hefty subjects from the actual 10-year plan, or is it all going to be combined into one big CD document?
It'll be a CD document. Our CD document has won awards for its ability to explain complex things simply. So we'll look at how we do it. We're acutely aware of what's likely to be a big document, so we will think really carefully about how we design it. But it does need to be a single auditable document for the 10-year plan. But there will be trade-offs, and we're separating out water services, aren't we? We're having a parallel document that's the water services strategy rather than amalgamate that. To help minimise that. The number of actual options you have as a council will depend on where you land.
Yes, it's shaping up to be fairly big and a lot of different options. Is there any concern that you have that we may bamboozle the public with so much material?
No, I have absolute confidence in the team who will be working on the document that they will develop material that meets the needs of the people who want just a tick and flick once over lightly to the people who want every bit of information, and we're really good at developing staggered material that should meet the various needs of people. And we'll have a good social media strategy. We'll have a range of strategies, and councillors will play a really key part in making sure that the community aren't bamboozled with your advocacy on behalf of the document.
Well, that was my next question. In some councils, I know that they will show the council the CD document prior to it being made public. I would like to request that we can see it before it does go out and approve it. Thank you.
The CD document has to legally be adopted by council.
Yes, but there needs to be some time built in for any possible changes that may be needed.
Not our first rodeo, so yep, we will make sure that happens.
And could you explain the role of Audit New Zealand in that, and what recommend how the tension, I guess, between what council wishes to do, and then what Audit New Zealand, how they work on the process as well. That might be helpful for new councillors.
Well, and I think we've learned a lot with working with audit. So the document has to pass the standards of our external auditors, which are Audit New Zealand, and so we will work early with them on what we're looking at in that document, and there will need to be some trade-offs around what audit want and what council want to show. For example, in the last document, audit asked that some material be stripped out. We had more detail in the document than audit wanted, so we found a way to provide that material separately than in the official consultation document.
Just want to double check there's no new software programs you're planning to trial this time for the CD. I have known of instances where that can upend. Great. Okay.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 2, sorry.
Which item are we on? I might be
We're
ahead
on
of this.
item 13. Development of the 10-year plan.
Development of the 10-year plan. Yeah, good. Thank you. Sorry, I've been writing a bit and missed out. 18 paragraph. It says providing strategic direction priorities for the next 10 years. This is the water services strategy. Will the strategy direction focus mainly on, when it talks about flooding, will it focus mainly on South Dunedin?
Just one moment, I think the water services paper's next. Yeah, so...
I am on the wrong one.
Yeah,
Pardon
no, it's
me.
cool. They do relate to each other, so that's...
Yep. I'll flick back. Thank you.
Okay,
Please
cool.
carry on.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. I just wondering about whether we have a strategy or whether we should have a strategy for this year's 10-year plan in respect, and notwithstanding that Mayor Sophie has explained to us that the government have unequivocally said to councils continue with your 10-year plans. But with the prospect of some sort of amalgamation, are we, and I see two outcomes from that, one being that some of the work we do and even some of the money we spend may ultimately be not required. And secondly, there may be things that we should get done with haste while we've still got control of our own city. So is there a strategy, or are we building that into our thinking, or is that something that councillors should do?
My sense, and I haven't tested it with staff, so feel free to disagree, is that we are providing a matrix for decision making for councillors about how you prioritise or consider some of your decisions. I would have thought that one element of that matrix is this something we want to do before amalgamation, or we look different as a city? So I would have thought that would be a consideration at that point. But I haven't tested that with staff, so truly, if you think that's daft, let me know. Nope, smiling.
Yeah. I think I agree on that, and also with the prospect of a rates cap as well is going to pass comment rather than ask you a question, but it's our responsibility to get our city in the best position for whatever happens, and I guess we'll have that over our heads. Councillor Vandervis and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yeah, I mean, this was a point I wanted to dwell on a wee bit as well. Under the Local Government Act, we have to deal with the law as it is currently. Mm-hmm. And therefore, for us to go charging off and saying, oh, well, we think that in 2 years' time we're going to have a rates cap, and we think in 2 years' time we're going to have, an Otago Southland Council, it is not appropriate. We just can't do that because that's not lawful. But given the likelihood, as Councillor Sims has suggested, of these significant changes coming and the potential for us to do some things in the meantime which we could then prioritise, I think it is legal under the Local Government Act for us to lean on the more short-term issues, recognising that long-term issues tend to be often not achievable anyway. So my question really is, under the 10-year plan, section 5, we have to describe the council's activities, A, and then B, we have to describe community outcomes for Dunedin. I'm wondering if, in order to make the 10-year plan a bit more widely read, because I've struggled reading it sometimes myself now for a long time, would it be possible to do a one-page AI summary of the council activities?
Great idea.
And to describe the community outcomes. If you were to be able to generate a single page for both of those, I think, A, it would make riveting reading. You would have to, of course, say that this was AI generated from a whole lot of stuff that even we here will never have a chance to read. But that it would give some people perhaps an interest in actually looking a bit closer at the rest of the annual plan as well. Is that something that we could legally do?
Yep, but we'd still have to have the formally auditable document, but we're free to do any of that kind of thing.
Of course, we've got to have the full document, but if staff could consider these 2 pages, which I think would only take 10 minutes to produce, and maybe an hour to have some oversight over, then I would be extremely grateful, because I think it would allow a lot more people a bridge into looking at what we're really about.
Long question, thank you, Councillor
What I'm
Van.
thinking is there will be a comms and engagement plan as part of the 10-year plan process. Janet will have made I've made note of that, and when we bring that report back, that'll be the time for you to test what it is that we're planning, councillors.
So Deputy Mayor Lucas, Councillor Hall, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
It's on the blue, isn't it? I think.
It's flashing.
I'm sorry. Just a quick question on the timetable on page 234, paragraph 26, and I'm really appreciative of bringing the budget meeting forward to December instead of January. But I'm just wondering, the rest of the timetable is still March, April, May, June. And I'm just wondering, have we looked at bringing that back slightly? I know that Easter's like the end of March, and I know the special consultative document has to be audited after the budget meeting. And I'm just, can we just have we looked at bringing that rest of that timetable forward slightly?
Thank you, Councillor. We could look at potentially moving it slightly forward. The challenge would be the audit of our consultation document, and essentially the whole draft plan audit is beginning at the start of February. So we just need to make sure that was all done and dusted before then the council could adopt the consultation document.
So you just meaning, are we reliant on the time frame that Audit New Zealand have to try and slot our plan in there? Constraint, thank you. Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. It should be clear to us that we are going to have that rates cap, and we are going to have that regional council amalgamation. And that is also simply because even as we are the council with the largest scale, our finances, they're not sustainable as they are.
So have you got a question?
So my question is, in the context of for instance, our CCOs, and then what we have, which we know, airport, stadium, our hospital, our oldest leading university, our polytechnic, and everything else, we should, or can we, I'll ask you, can we incorporate that into a 10-year plan strategy that is going to be put forth to the other councils in the region to say, this is the reason for consolidating together with us? And then I will say,
so
this is not something new.
So you can use that during a speech. We just need clear questions for the staff.
If other elected members have the benefit of speaking, I would request that I have the same benefit as well.
No, I have asked those councillors to ask questions, so it is
so
question
my question
time.
is, we do have a strategy, and in fact we have a very good long-term aspirational strategy that goes back to our 2013 plan. I would say, can you look back at that, because that was truly a remarkable, very thick document strategy. Each of us have access to that. Look at that, and then present that again.
Can we have a question, please?
Present that again to be part of this strategy that we're looking at, to say we are going to be...
It's very clear that there is some work to be done on the strategies in the report. Thank you. Councillor Hall, you have a question.
When previously approved projects come back in this report, will the report clearly show the costs, but more importantly, the service consequences of delaying or reducing?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we're at the moment just updating our report template so that it's really clear for the council: rates impact, debt impact, service level impact.
That's really great.
Can you just describe the levels of service work it might be in the report, the levels of service work that's going on as well, and the plan to have a councillor workshop around that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sophie. So we've done some initial review of our existing levels of service, as in the major levels of service which are called out in the 9-year plan, and just looking at how we can give some extra context around those to help them be a bit more engaging and understandable for the reader. Potentially planning a council workshop to go into that a little bit further and explain the current thinking.
Councillor Gaylor.
Just looking at page 235, proposed new capital budget items not included in the 9-year plan. Is one of those the Municipal Chambers project and the associated costs?
Thank you, Councillor. So the Municipal Chambers is in the 9-year plan, as I understand, so it would be one of those, the first bullet, the previously decided by Council to come back for consideration, but would be one of the options reports for Council to consider.
Great, thank you.
Right, I'll move that we note the development of the 10-year plan report, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. This is a long process. I was just going to look up how many pages the current long-term plan is, and it's an incredible amount of work to build one of these. And I just will remark, and Councillor Vandervis brought it up, that we are working under the current legislation, and part of the challenge is that there is a huge swathe of legislative changes that we don't quite know the timeline around, which will affect how and what we make decisions on. This is trying to, not quite building a Lego set, but trying to get the building blocks in place for councillors to understand the process as well, because it is a very long process. It's important also for our community to understand the process when they come to us for budget requests, and we put people into the long-term plan as well, because that's our 3-year cycle. We have talked to government around, tried to encourage government around perhaps making it a shorter or less hard long-term plan process. I don't think I've asked the cost of doing a long-term plan, but it's incredibly significant, let alone the audit costs there. So it's rather challenging for us to get this work done. We discussed earlier some of the work coming up for the long-term plan earlier in the meeting. Sorry, thank you for that. We have to adhere to the timeframes. You can see that I asked a question about when the audit is available, and that's that challenge about trying to fit Audit New Zealand into the timeframe as well, because they have to be our auditor, and they have a lot of plans to audit, lots of work for the audit office and lots of money for us. Rather challenging. So I completely take on board around the communications, around how we communicate with our people, our residents in our city, about what we're doing and how to make it easy for people to engage as well. So a comm strategy will come back to us to do that. We also need to be working on our strategic work, and we need to do that starting now and working up until November as well. There certainly is a lot of work to be done. You can see the list there, and I don't know whether the list had the levels of service work in there as well, but the staff have a significant amount of work to do. It costs us a lot of time and money as well, and I also mentioned earlier in the day that we will move to more frequent council meetings and also to workshops, so that we can more informally understand the process of the long-term plan and how the decisions will fit into it. And I heard Councillor Gale ask before about, if some decisions are coming to us, I'm going to say piecemeal, because it's quite good to be able to consider everything at once, but I guess we set a direction, then we come back to our draft budgets, and then we can have another go at those draft budgets, and then another go and another go. It's an iterative process, and things change along the way as well, but obviously you have to work under what legislative rules we have at the moment. So get your hats on, it's going to be a long journey. Councillor Galen?
Yeah, it's great, and good to hear the responses to the questions that I've asked. Thank you. So it does mean that there will be a very crunchy period of time that we will be expected to make decisions and then to look at draft documents, etc. And I'm just hoping that maybe in December we might have another timetable that would refresh this, that would say, for example, when we're going to be able to see that consultation document, what the main issues are that we're pulling out to show to our public, and then having some say in how that looks and feels, and also the cost and the comms plan around what advertising we'll be using. And I know that the council's very good at this. I've been admiring the work of the marketing comms team for a long time here at the DCC. However, I also understand how difficult that time period can be, particularly over the Christmas break. So if we could also have an updated timetable, maybe come December, that also includes in there the audit expectations, because I know these can completely throw out everything. So if you can be as close as you can, that would very much help. And also, I think I may have asked this earlier as well, is a list of the budget options reports that we are likely to get, even if that is perhaps I don't know if you can give us an informal list of what we're to expect, but so we can start thinking about what is coming before us, because obviously I probably speak for everyone that we want to do a really, really good job of this.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall, then Councillor Ong.
Thank you. While this is largely about process, I'm encouraged that this won't simply be a rollover of the current plan. With the prospect of rate capping and the financial direction this council has already set, it is reassuring to see that existing projects, new proposals and funding priorities will all be tested rather than simply carried forward by default. Every project should earn its place in the 10-year plan by demonstrating value, affordability and genuine benefit to Dunedin. We have some difficult decisions ahead, but there are also opportunities. Opportunities to prioritise wisely, challenge ourselves and ensure every dollar we ask our ratepayers to contribute is well spent. Here's hoping we produce a stronger, more affordable and more sustainable 10-year plan than what we delivered in the annual plan. I look forward to the work ahead and I'm happy to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, we have a 10-year plan here, and that may be best described as what is the 10-year vision for our city. And it's clear to us, whatever takes place in the coming 2 years, 3 years, Dunedin City is going to be the centre city, with whichever other council we do so amalgamate with. And the practical perspective is that's more likely first and foremost to be with ORC. So in putting together our plan to say what is going to take place, maybe beyond that, beyond what is the most logical step, it's really simple to say that we are going to have a greater voice. We already have a great voice, and we will continue to be the centre for the region. So in putting this plan forward for our community and then putting this plan forward for the broader region, it needs to put forth and be proactive to say, these are the different things that we have in our city. We know what we have in our city. We know that we're the centre of everything else that our region needs, in terms of the university, in terms of the poly, in terms of the hospital, in terms of a quasi-international airport, in terms of the stadium. And so I would request that each of us together provide the governance onwards to our staff to say, this is a 10-year plan, but it's going to be unlike previous plans because it's going to put forth very specifically what we want to be and what we recognize, what many of fellow elected members have shared amongst ourselves for the broader region, for our Dunedin City Council, and put that right here together concurrently to what we are doing for our community, but what we will be doing for the broader region. And if we want to have a point of reference, we can look back to our previous long-term plans, because we have very, very good detailed long-term plans that is right in front of us. And that goes back to something that we just know. We have everything in our city for what we need. Refer back to the previous plans and then put that again forward in the same way into this one.
Councillor Chambers and Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a good paper, and we clearly have to do a 10-year plan during the next year, and this gives us an outline of the timeline to produce that plan. But I'm looking at the table on page 231, where the changes in red in the local government systems improvement bill that are coming, and really that's what the 10-year plan has to incorporate. And there's a lot of sense here. Clearly it's a precursor to the amalgamation with the functions of the regional council. And if you look at, for example, the changes in red on the right hand column, the public transport service, I mean, at the moment we just look after the bus stops, but we don't look after the buses. But once the regional council's gone, we'll be responsible for the buses as well, which is sensible. And that could be very good. I think the civil defence emergency management, which is clearly a good function for our council to have for our city, and taking that over from the regional council will be sensible. There's a lot of concern, I think, the changes coming in, perhaps removal of the word well-being from the previous Act, and the cultural and economic and social well-being. But I think it's all about language and words, and if you think about it, all of those elements are in the right-hand side as well. They're all in there somewhere, all those elements that contribute to well-being. And I'd just like to focus particularly on public services. And I think there's no more important public service in our city, or in any city really, than the health services, our hospitals, our health centres, our urgent care centres. They're important for the lives of our population and ourselves and our families. And I think by having that word public services in the amendment bill, improvements bill, I think that retains us the right to keep a watching brief on our public health services. And we don't run them, but we kind of keep a watching brief on them. And if our citizens have a concern about what's happening in our hospitals or health services, they can ask the council to advocate on their behalf. And I think we'd all be pleased to do that on their behalf. So I think this is a good paper, and I think we've got to grasp the possibilities of these improvements to do the best we can for our citizens.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just briefly, two things. The first is
I've been through a few of these in my time on council, and also through the lens of the community board. And always the long-term plan is a great deal of work, and puts our staff under a great deal of pressure, but never quite as much as this particular long-term plan. On the many local government in New Zealand Zooms that I've attended along with other colleagues around amalgamation, the question has been asked several times, do we have to do a long-term plan given the amalgamation sort of Damocles, really, as I would describe it? And the answer's been yes, and it does feel somewhat redundant when there are so many things that are going to change. And so this is a particularly difficult long-term plan. The second thing I want to do is acknowledge the extraordinary amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. I want to thank the Chief Executive for her leadership and for the finance team for all that they do in terms of the long-term plan, but it goes right across council and the marketing and comms department for their part. And just remember that they're an award-winning team. We've been applauded for the production of our consultation documents on more than one occasion. So just want to acknowledge that, and I do hope that staff get a break over the Christmas period, because often they're working through on these documents. We shouldn't lose sight of their welfare in all of this.
Thank you, councillors. That it will indeed be a crunchy period of time, and it will be hard work and a lot of information coming in to end up at our current document is 371 pages, but I think we have to read, it feels like 3,700 pages in order to distill things down and make good decisions. And I absolutely agree that we need good comms plan, so we make sure that we have the maximum public consultation that we can during these periods, because it's not only the council's long-term plan, it is the residents' long-term plan as well. There should be a forward work program somewhere which actually has a list of the reports that have been requested, so I will seek that out, and that will be quite helpful as well, because during the last 9 months or so we've requested reports to come back to the long-term plan, and that happened during the hearings period, and when people asked for things we said refer to the long-term plan, so those are coming back. Councillor Weatherall, you're correct, there are some very difficult decisions ahead, so that's why it's great to have a good framework in order to help us make those decisions and prioritise. I'm pleased that you're looking forward to the work ahead. Enough said. And I just want to be clear, this is about the process to make the plan, not the plan itself. Councillor Chambers, yes, the Systems Improvement Bill, that's why I asked the questions about when will this come in, because all of the legislation surrounding us will keep moving and make it a little bit challenging. And then, of course, whatever happens with the election is right bang in the middle of that, and it could upend everything. We don't know, so we do live in rather challenging times, as I keep saying. I do agree about keeping a watching brief for health services, and Councillor Gaylor brought up about parking earlier for health workers, and thank you for that, not related to this, but also related to long-term planning. Councillor Gary talked about the sort of Damocles about the amalgamation, that's going to be difficult, and thanked the CEO and staff across council, and there is a significant amount of work that goes into any reports coming back to council, and we really appreciate the thought that goes into that. That said, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions. And just before we move on to the next, I will have to move that the council extends the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare the motion carried. And I will remind councillors that we have 4 papers left. I do have to depart around 5 o'clock just for a meeting, so please focus. We are moving into the Water Services item number 14, the Water Services Strategy 2737 Development. Mr David Ward, Mr John McAndrew and Ms Janet Fraser will speak to the report.
Kia ora koutou, Ms Sophie, Deputy Mayor Lucas, councillors. Firstly, may I introduce colleague Sarah Stewart, who's supporting us here in the staff area. Sarah is the Three Waters Asset Planning Team Leader, and Ms Stewart's been working very closely with Ms Fraser on the development of the report in front of you and the subsequent document. But just as a short preface, good service requires good delivery. Good delivery requires good governance. The document that will be produced, that, as described in the report, the Water Services Strategy, is a foundational document for what is now the in-house business unit of the Three Waters Service Delivery. Thank you.
Questions? I am amazed. Thank you. It must have been... Oh, of course you did, because you asked it in the previous one. Councillor Vandervis.
Yes, water services. There's been a lot of emphasis on flooding, and what I'd like to know is, will the strategy direction in the water services strategy focus mainly on South Dunedin, or will it also now really highlight Mosgiel and also Dunedin North, that hasn't been an issue for a while, but in the past has been a real issue?
I'll offer an answer. Thank you, Councillor Vandervis. I'll offer an answer first, and then Mr McAndrew or Ms Fraser may also add. But maybe I draw your attention to item 12C. Significant work proposed by the water services provider, intended levels of service. So all of the above, because they're all priorities to us. Yes, we're acutely aware of the issues faced for the South Dunedin community and addressing them as actively and as quickly as we can. But as you rightly point out, other communities also require attention.
And in terms of receiving community feedback, which is a little bit further down the same item, will there be 4 clear summary options presented for South Dunedin? That is to say, the 3 that we were going to consult on, plus the extra one from the ORC. Will there be clear summary options for South Dunedin, and will there be 4 of them?
There's quite a bit of detail in that question, and I'm not sure we're ready to provide the detail in the answer, but broadly, yes.
Yeah, I think the consultation with the South Dunedin Futures options may be separate to the water services strategy, but the water services strategy would include options for infrastructure components that have come out of that work, if that makes sense. And one of the options papers that we're proposing to talk through would relate to level of infrastructure provision and timing of that in South Dunedin, as well as Mosgiel and a range of other things.
Councillor, you have a question, Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, just in relation to the, those water aspects of water supply that are currently controlled and looked after by the regional council. How does that fit into this document, given that might be being developed in an environment where we take over those regional council functions?
I'm just trying to madly scroll back in my agenda, but I'm pretty sure that the regional council functions would come into the long-term plan and it would have to talk to the water services strategy. I think my recollection is that's how it would work, but do you...
Yeah, I think maybe the question relates to water services that regional council may already provide, which would principally be flood protection type services. And I do not know is the short answer in terms of how that would come in future following any potential amalgamations.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall's going to move this. Who would like to second it? Thank you, Councillor Treadwell. Wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Yes, I'm happy to speak to this, and I'm happy to move this. Today's decision is not about approving a water services strategy or committing to future spending. Rather, it is about acknowledging the process that will guide one of the most significant pieces of planning this council will undertake over the coming year. Water services are one of our core responsibilities. Our community rightly expects safe, reliable drinking water, effective wastewater treatment, and resilient stormwater infrastructure. Those expectations will only grow as our assets age and regulatory requirements continue to evolve. What I particularly appreciate about this report is that staff are not pretending to have all the answers today. They openly acknowledge the uncertainty surrounding the government reform, possible rate capping and future regulatory settings. In my view, recognising uncertainty is a strength and not a weakness. I also welcome the staged approach outlined in the report. Rather than arriving at the finish line with one particular large decision, councillors will have multiple opportunities over the coming months to test assumptions, challenge priorities, and ensure every significant investment earns its place. For me, affordability must remain at the forefront of those discussions. We all recognise the need to invest in essential water infrastructure, but we also have the responsibility to ensure those investments are delivered in a way that our ratepayers can afford. Good infrastructure, planning and good financial discipline should always go hand in hand. Today's recommendation simply notes the work programme ahead. The important debates about priorities, budgets and investment decisions are still to come, and I look forward to those discussions as the strategy develops. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, abstentions, that is carried. And we'll move on to proposed event road closures, and because this may be Ms Benson's last meeting, I think that she should come and take the hot seat. No. You, when I found out the date that you were finishing, I thought that perhaps you might like to sit in the hot seat for a second. Oh, do we? I was just trying to quickly look at my diary. I'll say this with a rising inflection, just in case this is the last time that you're in front of us. I just wanted to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, for you've been a sterling part of this council, and I've really appreciated the work that you do, the honesty with which you present to us, and all of the work that you've done throughout the years that you've been here, and this may be the last chance that you've been in front of us. So I just really wanted to say thank you for the workshops, for the reports, everything else. You've been really excellent, and haven't you? That's a question now, but thank you. Would anybody else have any rising inflection questions? Oh, thank you. Oh, Councillor Gary wishes to say something, or ask a question, sorry.
Oh, you'll have to sit down again, won't you, Councillor?
I mean, Ms. Benson. Janine, I just wanted to say I've known you for quite some time now and worked with you a great deal, and you have my utmost respect. You typify what all that is good about our staff. You work so hard. Your mahi is greatly appreciated. You're always calm and considered. You look at all of the angles. You follow the legislation, the standards, you negotiate. You have a great relationship with NZTA. You're incredibly knowledgeable. And it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you. I will miss you terribly. I think this council will be bereft of your skills, but I wish you well for what you go on to next. And you have left the city in a better place than it was when you arrived. So thank you so much. Great job, Janine.
Keep seated. Councillor Walker has a semi-question.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And sorry for being distant for this meeting, but rest assured I've been catching up slowly on the road to the meeting as it's gone on. I just wanted to take the opportunity with Janine sitting there. I didn't realise, Janine, that I was going to be absent for your final meeting, but just want to probably echo what Christine's just said. I've worked with you for a long time as well, and have always admired your skill, professionalism, and honesty when it comes to dealing with me and the many questions I've posed. So I agree, council will be a poorer place without you, but and I feel envy for whoever grabs you next, and I'm sure you will perform admirably in that position as well. So I will miss you sorely. Hopefully, when I do land back in New Zealand, I'll get a chance to see you before you part. But thank you, Janine, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, also for all of your professionalism in my dealings with you. So yeah, go well.
Thank you. I think that's the end of questions on road closures. And now I will move the resolution as per the papers, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Move on to item 16. Does anybody need a break right now? Okay. Okay, cool. I will move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Everyone, item 16. You're back. You don't usually come for. Yes, I've got Councillor Gaynor. Yes, I don't usually see you at a mission, so you're just looking after Scott's portfolio. Excellent. Okay, I did have your name there. Welcome back, Ms. Benson and Mr. McLean, who will speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments, or would you like to just go straight to questions?
No, just happy to go straight to questions.
Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
4A. It is viable, according to an overview of best practice for setting city-level targets in comparison with peer cities, confirms that it is viable to have a split gas approach under the latest climate science. Does the latest climate science in this report include the recent IPCC walking away from the 8.5 most extreme predictions on a basis that didn't now meet with observations?
So that scenario is relating to impacts of climate change under different warming scenarios. So this relates to best practice around actions to take to reduce emissions, to mitigate and minimise the effects of climate change. Yes, it is consistent with that because they're kind of in parallel. It's kind of a separate consideration.
So sorry, do you accept that the IPCC has walked away from their extreme 8.5 projection?
Yes, my understanding is that they're walking that one back and saying that kind of the actions taken to date knock that one out. There's still in play some severe impacts over the coming decades and centuries, and the IPCC guidance is clear that, which is outlined in this report, that steep reductions in emissions will be required in the next 5 to 10 years to minimise the impacts of climate change over the coming century.
Thank you for that. Now, today I've come across something which probably has cropped up before, but I don't think on our council papers, and that is the phrase, and it's in 4B on the same page, science-aligned ambition. Can you explain to me how science can be aligned with ambition?
That's a fair question, and it's possibly where I've tried to summarise the detail of the report. I haven't done it. I've overly summarised it. What that refers to is emissions reduction pathways that are consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees above, limiting warming to as close as 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial warming, and below 2 degrees. So that's what basically the emissions envelope that collectively we need to stay within to limit warming to that amount. And so the reference to science aligned, there's a variety of different best practice guidance and frameworks that are outlined from paragraph 31 onwards. So that's what that science aligned refers to. It's looking at essentially the budget of emissions that the world would have to keep within over the coming decades to keep global warming within that cap.
Also on page 257, it says in paragraph 3 that the existing net zero by 2030 target is no longer considered achievable. Was it ever really considered achievable? Or was it merely ambitious?
So it's for all of you around the table to have your own view on whether you thought that target was achievable, and members of the community as well. However, the Zero Carbon Plan in 2023 outlined a series of things that would need to happen for the city to reach a net zero 2030 position, and the updated modelling, which there's a summary of in the report, just updates advice we already gave in May 2025, saying that that does not appear achievable. It's highly, highly unlikely.
Okay, in the same paragraph it says, while progress has been made in reducing emissions, and other parts of it, it highlights that since 2019, pre-COVID, that there has been an average of less than 2% reduction in CO2. When you say progress has been made in reducing emissions, do you believe that any of this progress has been a result of the millions that the DCC has spent on carbon zero and other planet-saving projects?
So there are some direct reductions that could be referred to within the DCC's organisational emissions, particularly in relation to waste to landfill emissions. In terms of at the city scale, at this stage in time, it's difficult to link the zero carbon work program directly to, someone who's a third party reducing their own emissions. There's a lot of work that we do. We try very hard. We make partnerships with. We've got the Zero Carbon Alliance working together on complex shared problems. We go out to businesses. We go out to community groups. In terms of the cumulative impact of that between 2019 and 2025 in terms of emissions, I can't give you an exact figure on that, unfortunately.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, this to me appears to be very qualitative, or rather, it's quite vague in terms of what is the financial decision and impact that we have here from having missed the carbon targets, and then in looking at the carbon targets going forward, because within our city council, we do have many different types of levers and economic tools on how we look at addressing the carbon footprint. And let me just give some examples.
So that perhaps can you please ask a question? It sounds like a speech.
Okay, well, I'll save the speech for then. Can you look at, for instance, city forests, which is a generator of carbon credits and a revenue driver for our city? Can you look at, and can you tell us how this carbon target has impacted our spend, for example, on cycleways, which I would presume the strategy on cycleways has been part of that carbon footprint we're looking to reduce. Can we be told how much, in making this decisions historically on cycleways, how much that has been linked to this carbon target that we've had?
Oh, sorry. In terms of defining financially what this means in terms of ongoing council budgets, those are decisions for council to make through long-term plan processes and subsequently annual plan processes in terms of what projects you would like to fund. Previously, the Zero Carbon team, in conjunction with key teams such as Transport, have presented options on level of investment that council can consider. Council have considered those and included funding of projects they would like to progress in the 9-year plan, for instance. So ultimately, the funding and financial implications of any decisions around a citywide target will be subject to the usual funding processes of the council, being the long-term plan as the main one.
Councillor Chambers.
Thanks. I'm just looking at the tables on page 281 and 282 in relation to sort of what's actually happened and what was planned to happen, what's actually happened, and what's gone well, what hasn't gone well. And the things in pink on page 281 seems to have worked out quite well as planned, which is quite good in relation to waste, reduction in waste, and and things like that, which is good. But then when you get into all the aspects of transport, none of them seem to have worked out as planned, as were envisaged a few years ago. And you could pick any of them to discuss, but perhaps a heavy vehicle EV share. It's really gone right down from 14% of heavy vehicles being electric to 1%, which is almost none. So things just haven't worked out, have they? All these ideas that were thought to be going to happen a few years ago just haven't come to pass. And just finally, could we not be a bit more positive about solar? In that it has changed.
Have you got a question in there?
Well, I was thinking particularly about solar. Is there any reason why things haven't worked out the way they have? And could solar be a bit more positive in terms of a bit more ambitious?
I'll start with solar first. So solar uptake for households, there are many benefits for the household. Obviously the finance and the payback is very specific on the location of the house and how they use energy and things like that. In terms of the impact on citywide emissions, because the national grid is mostly renewable, it doesn't have a huge impact on directly on citywide emissions. But it can have flow-on impacts, because if you've got a good solar array, you might think, well, actually, I'll switch from a petrol car to a diesel car. So it can have these kind of flow-on impacts to transport emissions, because you've got this really cheap source of energy. There's very compelling benefits in terms of energy resilience as we have more storms and power outages for short periods of time. So while we haven't in here I've just got increased uptake of solar. It's somewhat reflecting the fact that if we have way more solar on rooftops in Dunedin, that's a win, that's great. It's not going to show up in a kind of massive way in these city emissions unless there's those flow-on impacts, from people switching to electric vehicles and things like that as a result. I agree we should be, where we can, promoting and supporting solar uptake, but it's just in terms of this sort of macro city level modelling, it's not going to make it shift the needle massively in terms of meeting a net zero target, just because of that national grid share sits somewhere between 85 and 94% renewable.
I have a question around the local government funding agency. There's some commentary there, but I also wanted to understand that we get a green discount on our interest rates if we are with the LGFA, and I just wanted to understand the parameters around that. Do they require that we have a policy in place to be able to get that saving and interest on our loans?
So that saving that we get, which I think is 0.002%, I think I claimed it was 0.2% once, which I was quickly told that was wrong. It does add up to a meaningful saving. That is in relation to the DCC's organisational emissions reduction targets and actions, rather than citywide emissions targets. So much of what we do in terms of reducing DCC's emissions obviously shows up at the city scale, but that discounted lending that we get through LGFA at the moment, through the climate action loans, is around what we do as an organisation with our emissions within our organisational footprint, which is overlaps with the city footprint, but it's a distinct thing.
And are we required to have, is it an ERMP, or I can't remember the initials or what that stands for? Is that part of the requirement to get the discount on the interest, is to have, I call it a plan, a council plan in place internally?
Yes, yeah. So an emissions reduction plan. We call it an emissions management and reduction plan, which we could probably drop the M. But
yeah. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. Mr McLean, it's true, I've got two questions. One is around the biggest sector that could have helped us achieve our ambitions, and this is just looping back to Councillor Chambers' question. It's true, is it not, that we're at the mercy of the government, and we could have pulling the lever of transport really depended on government policy, and that changed. Is that correct?
So the policy settings changed from central government. The ones that everyone would be well across is the removing the clean car discount, and then removing the kind of tax on essentially utes that was being used to fund it. I wouldn't say that alone is what would cause it. It's very difficult. Transport, I feels difficult with Janine sitting beside me to speak too much about transport. But transport's a very slow thing to turn around. When we did the footprint and for the 24-25 emissions for Dunedin, ACOM did an on-road transport assessment, and part of that they looked at vehicle numbers for Dunedin, and you've got for light vehicles, so all the cars, utes, SUVs, and vans, there's about 100,000 petrol and diesel vehicles, 2,000 EVs, and about 1,000 plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. So while there's been some electric vehicle uptake, there's a lot of vehicles to cycle through if we're going to do it through just sort of fleet electrification, for instance. It's a difficult. It needs significant change to reduce transport emissions across, using public transport more, active transport more, fleet electrification. All those things are required to significantly reduce on-road transport emissions, and that requires a lot of change, and change is difficult for any of us. So, I'd say there's a whole range of factors.
Behaviour change is what you're talking about to some degree, aren't you? And then, of course, the change in government funding through NZTA for cycleways and so forth. Thank you for that answer. My second question is just to check in with you. What we're deciding today is really around direction, just kind of an update to ensure you're clear about direction. And then later on, we will be looking at ambition and then looking to put the budget into the long-term plan to meet that ambition. Am I correct in that summary?
So this is about whether you want to retain the 2030 targets that are in place, and if not, what type of target you would like to adopt. And then following, if you decide not to retain the 2030 targets, then we'll come back with a report on options for level of ambition. And funding, yes, decisions around what projects this council would like to fund will form part of the long-term plan, along with all the other things that the council considers as part of that funding process.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Sims and Councillor Weatherall, did you end up? No. Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you for the report. I'm just trying to get the balance between, there was a former Mayor of Dunedin City who appeared to hold a view that we were better to spend our money dealing with this issue at the source versus perhaps some of those that think we're better to spend our money dealing with the consequences as well as doing what we can at the source. But do you have any feel for the balance of the level of service that the community expect in respect to the balance of those two things?
Tricky question to answer. I guess there's many. I've given one example in response to Councillor Chambers' question where it ticks both boxes, which is it's not necessarily something that council would have a very direct involvement in, which is increasing energy resilience through rooftop solar and batteries, for instance. That helps our community both to have cheaper energy, lower their household emissions, and also deal with storm events better. And particularly when you're sort of at the end of a line, you might have 5 houses and it's going to be the last priority. And that helps support a higher quality of life as we deal with these events that the climate projections tell us are going to be coming more frequently. In terms of the feeling in the community around where to focus investment. I couldn't speak definitively on that, and I guess that's why we have long-term plan processes, and we consult with our community to see what's front of mind and what's pressing to invest in now within the levels of investment the council support. Yeah.
Sorry, could I further ask you, I guess along the same lines as well, but one thing that we've noticed as retailers of electric vehicles is that a lot of factors beyond our control have a very, very significant determinant to the demand for electric vehicles, and no more such than we've seen with the US attacking Iran, which I think represented a tipping point for internal combustion engine vehicles versus electric vehicles in terms of global demand. But is it true that, I guess I'm wary that we could spend a lot of ratepayers' money trying to shift the needle when the needle is shifted very often by, and positively shifted very often by events that are completely beyond our control?
Yeah, totally agree that events outside Dunedin obviously have huge impacts on what happens inside Dunedin. There's no disputing that. There are things, though, that that can only, as a provider of key infrastructure across the city, there's certain things that a lot of people will only feel safe, for instance, to let their child walk to school if there's a safe way for them to get there. And a business can't do that. It requires on getting funding through the City Council. So there's many things that rely on businesses or individuals making certain choices, other organisations making certain choices, but there are things within the council's control that the council can be an enabler for other people to make those decisions. Does that make sense? There's definitely things that we have very limited levers of influence over.
Sorry, and just the last question then is, would you accept that the single greatest thing that the council does have control over is represented by the emissions from the Green Island landfill? And I think that's now exceeding 50% of the organisation's emissions are coming from that one source, and that capping the Green Island landfill and sending our waste to a landfill that had 97% gas capture would be the single thing we could do that would drive the greatest result in the short term for our carbon emissions?
I think when we're talking about the city scale, the transport network transport is the largest source of emissions, and on-road transport is the largest share of that. It's about 20% of Dunedin's entire emissions. So while waste to Green Island landfill is very large in the DCC's organisational footprint, there's, as I say, as the infrastructure that DCC has in terms of the roading network and the pedestrian and cycling and scootering and anything else people do, that there are large emissions associated with that. So our control there is less direct, but the City Council is the only one that can influence changes to that urban form in a direct way. So I guess there's a sort of sliding scale from what's the largest source of emissions to what's within our sort of core direct control. And the core control, the Green Island landfill, is obviously within our organisational footprint the largest single source. But that doesn't mean that we can't help to reduce the city's emissions in some of those larger sources elsewhere. Yeah.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. And you make a good point to us that this is to do with what we do as a city council. It's not about what we would like our crown to do, or to say it's because our crown didn't provide subsidies that we're missing the targets. That's not the case. This is pertaining to Dunedin City, and as we know, local government having the greatest impact on our city and community. So I see that it's different here in what you've put forth compared to
Can you ask a question,
other
please?
teams. I understand that as well, because other teams may provide some specific opinion or recommendation. Is there something here that you would like to put forth on the operational side as a recommendation? Or if not otherwise, can we go about getting a community survey done to say, these are the matters relating to zero carbon targets or emission targets that are concerning most to our community?
I think that's about the plan rather than the actual paper that's in front of us.
There is not something here
So
specific.
perhaps you might like to read the zero carbon
No.
plan.
This is very.
That might be helpful to you.
This is too vague to say to us, and I can appreciate
But
it covers a lot of wide nice to haves.
So Councillor Treadwell has indicated that he wishes to move an option which is on the screen. Councillor Hall will second. Can I ask you please, Deputy Mayor Lucas, can you take the chair please? I don't know if I'll be back. Apologies, I have a meeting. Another one.
Sweet as. Cool. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, and tēnā kōrua. Thanks for the presentation. It's a tough slot going after the traffic closures, which is always my favourite report of a meeting. So, aptly well done. I'd like to thank the team for this report and just generally for the work they do. They have to navigate data from a really wide range of sources and engage with science that addresses both international best practices and very local contexts. So I just particularly wanted to point out the comparisons that they made to similar territories in Aotearoa and territories internationally with similar emissions profiles to help us understand this quite chunky bit of text. Basically, there's good news and there's bad news. In the positive camp, we've been making measurable progress, reducing our emissions almost across the board, despite increasing the population of the city by about 6,000 people during the measured period. We're confidently on track for net zero before 2050, which is the national target, and we're ahead of our own biogenic methane target, which is held apart from the other emissions. The bad news, of course, is that we are very unlikely to hit our net zero 2030 target. And additionally, despite evidence for climate change getting only clearer and solutions becoming clearer, the direction of travel both nationally and internationally is pushing us towards a world that's over 2 degrees hotter, with all the increased storms and floods and extinctions that come with that. We're going to be probably the last cohort of people to enjoy tarakihi, and I wouldn't hold out much hope for Orange Roughy either, honestly. The reason we're talking about this report is that our stated goal of achieving that 2030 net zero is, at this point, probably infeasible. Even if I could convince the council to do everything within our power, because of sort of policy pivots and international factors, it's no longer within our reach as a mere city council. We could continue to operate with that as a kind of aspirational goal, but I don't think that's, I think it would harm our credibility as an organisation and probably not help the cause of reducing global warming. One of the options presented in this report, option 2, is to pick a new feasible carbon zero target year. That'd offer us a straightforward plan as well as continuity for the existing framework, but it's sort of fraught for the same reasons that carbon zero 2030 was fraught. Over a short time scale, it's really hard to predict all the factors that affect the overall emissions wash up. Carbon sequestration is a prime example. Most of our carbon is sequestered through pine plantations, and sorry, bear with me, I nerd out on this a bit. But when a freak wind event knocks over a bunch of your trees, it sort of scuppers your harvest pattern, and then you have to change your assumptions about what sequestration looks like in the following year. For the accountants in the room, it presents a timing issue, right? Another option is just to set a gross reduction target that isn't net zero, so it doesn't take sequestration into account. This is quite a big reframing away from net zero to something more like Hamilton's 82% emissions reduction. I think this is a dangerously malleable target, and it also doesn't take into account carbon removal through stuff like gas capture, which is a big part of our emissions makeup. It sort of throws the baby out with the flood water, as it were. I think option 5, which is what I've put in the motion, kind of lets us have our cake and eat it too. So this is the option proposes a split target. We've got a long-term carbon zero and a short-term gross reduction target. If we maintain the carbon zero target in the long term, we can take into account sequestration, which is unreliable to measure over the short term, but quite predictable over a longer period, as well as carbon capture and removal, which will probably be an important piece of the puzzle. We can also leverage the more straightforward calculations of just gross reduction to make sure that we're reducing emissions responsibly in the next 5 to 10 years, which is the critical period to avoid a global warming scenario, which the Local Government Funding Association has cheerfully dubbed inheriting a broken earth. Regarding the second part of the motion, so the biogenic methane target, it was very relieving to hear Dr. Jen Purdy's note earlier that a split target is still reasonable, because I didn't want to be at odds with a preeminent scientist in the field, basically. But it is, firstly, the split target is in line with our existing carbon zero framework, so it ensures continuity. It's in line with how the central government works, which will, if it wasn't, that might present some difficulties going forward or make it more difficult to fit in with national schema. It's scientifically valid and within the counts of good practice if we're sufficiently ambitious with our specific methane target. So I'd just like to note, this isn't a radical change that we're considering today. As is noted in the report, staff don't expect changes to the citywide emissions targets to require really significant amendments to the zero carbon plan. We're not committing ourselves to great cost or restructure here. We're mostly just recognising the latest data that we have available and adjusting our methods accordingly. The opportunity for that really significant change will come with the follow-up report when we debate what our level of ambition should be as a council. Now, Rory made a point earlier about emission sources that the council has control over. He used the example of pedestrian crossings enabling kids to get to school and thereby reducing travel emissions. Not everything is within our power, but it's our responsibility and the expectation of our community that we do all we can within our power to reduce the existential threat posed by global warming. So I hope you'll support me in this motion. Ka mihi.
Thank you, Councillor Treadwell. We have Councillor Wetherall, Councillor Gary, Councillor Hall and Councillor Mayhem. So Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I find it fascinating we spend more time talking about targets of emissions than the city's water supply that directly affects the lives and hits the pockets of ratepayers. Unachievable targets that are destined to be missed don't build confidence, they undermine it. The reality is that this council has already embedded environmental considerations into virtually every major decision we make. Whether we're discussing transport, infrastructure, waste, parks, buildings or procurement, best practice is increasingly becoming part of the way we operate. That is where the real progress is made. It is also my view that programs such as these can spend far too much time and far too much money trying to measure and report progress with questionable data instead of concentrating on implementing practical, best practice to deliver improved environmental gains. We must be careful that the reporting does not become more important than the outcomes we are wanting to achieve. Ratepayers expect us to spend their money delivering outcomes, not continually explaining why ambitious targets have not been met. So although I support best practice incentives, I cannot support this motion as it continues to support targets with numbers attached, which would continue to consume time and resources to monitor. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. And as I sit here today, it's very relevant that I've had contractors outside working to mitigate the damage from the most recent weather event. So it's particularly relevant that we're discussing this. I want to start by thanking staff in the Zero Carbon team for their expertise and their mahi and for following best practice which is what they do under the direction of council resolutions. I was here when we passed the climate emergency resolution. I was on council when we passed the zero carbon policy. And this I consider to be, as Councillor Treadwell has said, an update given evolving data. Councillor Treadwell, thank you for being the mover, and Councillor Hall the seconder. You were so eloquent in explaining the motion. There isn't a lot left to say. However, just a couple of points. You're right, council is expected to be a leader in these kinds of matters, even if we don't have entire control over everything. And certainly government policy has affected a number of areas, be it NZTA funding, be it EV subsidies, and there have been opportunities missed, the latest one being the fuel crisis with the conflict in the Middle East. And change in behaviour is always difficult. It's difficult for everyone. People find change difficult. I found Dr. Purdy's comment at the end of her presentation that she makes evidence-based decisions and that she's expecting us to was very relevant. And I just want to finish by saying that as we progress with this, we need to keep in mind what is described as mokapuna decisions. And I just want to finish with a whakatauki. Matato mo ka uri a muri ake nei, for our children, for us and our children after us, because I think that is the relevant sentiment as we consider this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On the topic, and I agree. I strongly support Dunedin becoming a carbon zero city, and I support option 5 because it provides the strongest and most credible path to get us there. I do not get my climate information from Facebook posts. I look to the peer-reviewed scientific literature, and the evidence is extraordinarily compelling. The question is not whether we act, it is how we turn our commitment into genuine measurable progress. Our current net zero by 2030 target was adopted with real ambition, but the updated model tells us it's now unlikely to be achieved. We should respond honestly without abandoning the ambition behind it. The order matters. We should reduce emissions as deeply and quickly as possible before relying on forestry, offsets and future technologies. Net zero remains the destination. Option 5 puts measurable milestones on the road. The approach also gives the public a clear way to hold us accountable. They will be able to see whether emissions are genuinely falling, while knowing council remains committed to net zero. Today, we are choosing the structure, not the final dates or the level of reduction. These decisions will return to council, and I will support targets that are ambitious, evidence-based and backed by credible plans. Option 5 does not weaken its carbon zero commitment, it strengthens it by focusing on immediate reductions, transparent measurements and real progress. That is why I'm supporting option 5.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. The purpose of this is to seek direction on whether to refresh our emission targets, and if so, how. We're on track for a national goal, but I believe we need to continue being ambitious. We need to align with the existing targets in our current strategies, updated science and national policy. I'm proud of our ambition. From the options presented in my mind, we need to refine our scope and methodology, pair with target changes and the implement plan, monitoring and scheduled reviews. This also needs to align with our 10-year plan, infrastructure and transport strategies, and particularly, and be consistent with the national reforms and have clear metrics for tracking progress. I'm very happy to support the motion put forward, a 2-stage targeting in option 5 and the adoption of separate targets for biogenic methane, option 1. I look forward to a report in the future from the team to consider our refreshed targets. I agree with Councillor Gary, these are mokopunu decisions that we make. In fact, all of the decisions we make at the table are future decisions. I'd like to thank Councillor Treadwell for his time and energy he's put into this, and to the staff for their mahi. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, based on the timing and the considerations we have here on this, and the vagueness on the specific strategy, it would appear that this is more of something that is being put forth as a countrywide or possibly political statement decision. Because, simply put, if we are agreeing to a defined target but we have no specifics, and if certain councillors are putting the blame on our Crown for not providing subsidies or not doing what they should have for why we've missed the targets, then it just seems to me like this is something that is outside of our City Council scope altogether, and it's just making a broader political statement. Now, if we're looking at what we want to do, which is to reduce emissions, and what we ought to do as a City Council in our specific role, in what we have in economic and financial levers, then let me go through some of the things specifically we ought to be doing. Because firstly, we have our Waipori Fund. That is a very sizable investment fund, and that can be deployed into making investments that generate a financial return for our community into sustainable energy companies that derive upside profit for our community. Now, at the same time, we also have our commercial business of city forests, and that is producing carbon credits. That is a revenue generator for our community, and it's reducing emissions there as well. And then we can look at what's going to take place, which is, in time to come very soon, the regional council amalgamation, which is to say ORC is in all likelihood going to be under DCC. And then we would have the ability to oversee bus services for our community. And then we can say, wait, this is going to reduce emissions. So then very specifically, we want to look at subsidized or ability to provide free bus services under our City Council. These are very specific tools and levers that we have under our City Council to reduce our city's emissions without being vague about what we want to do. And then it just appears like it's just a broader political statement given the timing of where we are now in a countrywide election cycle. Because we don't want to say in time to come, wait, we didn't meet these targets because our Crown didn't do this, or our Crown didn't do that. So I can't support this motion, and I would say very specifically, if we want to be doing this committed for our community going forward, if we want to provide a financial return that benefits our community for the finances we need to very simply just look all across the businesses, the investments that we make for our community's money, and then we just put all those together and say, well, this is a way to reduce emissions. This is a way to put forth what we're doing to reduce carbon footprint. And it's a way to generate a financial return for the finances of our community. So otherwise, if we're not defining that specifically, I personally won't support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. Yeah, I was particularly impressed by the submissions this morning, and certainly they persuaded me that the climate is changing, firstly. The climate is most certainly changing, and the consequences of that are very serious, perhaps more serious in other parts of the world. But nonetheless, we all have to do our part to try and reduce the impact of emissions on the climate. We had a workshop a few weeks ago, I think, where it showed that we weren't going to hit that 2030 target, but that we are making progress, and emissions have reduced in the city. And it's quite possible that we will get to net zero at some point in the future. The transport changes haven't worked out as planned, and as shown in the table today, but that may be, as Councillor Sims said, that may be about to change. There could be an increasing uptake of electric vehicles. Electric trucks are very interesting. They're clearly very expensive, and the batteries are huge. But I see overseas in Europe they're going for electrifying the road not the truck, with under roadway induction and overhead, sometimes overhead power lines. I don't think that will happen in New Zealand for a long time. But it just shows you how things are changing, and heavy vehicles are being electrified. Perhaps in New Zealand it would be more like an alternative fuel such as hydrogen, would be a way of reducing the use of diesel, etc. So I think solar, we could probably perhaps be a bit more positive than is indicated in our table today. I think the uptake in solar is certainly coming, and that will have a consequence for the city's emission rate. So I think we're going to get there, slower than expected, but I quite agree with the proposal put forward by Councillor Treadwell that option 5 is the way to go.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, kia ora. Presume you can hear me still. Listen, guys, thanks for this item, and thanks firstly to the amazing zero carbon team. Your work is under great pressure is always amazing. And I do support the option in front of us, and I thank the mover and seconder for taking the lead on this. And by the way, while we're on targets, there's nothing wrong with targets, because whether it's 2030 or not, without them, we tend to sit back and do nothing. A lot of people have covered what I was going to say, so I'll just speak to some more generic points, I guess. And firstly, it's important that we don't take our foot off of the pedal here, guys, and lose momentum that we've made and should be proud of as a city, to be honest. Could we do more? Always. We can always do more, but let's not sit back and fall into that ridiculous and hackneyed argument that some would posit about, New Zealand's tiny, anything we do is irrelevant in a world sense, and what's the point? That's ridiculous. And I can give you hundreds of analogies as to why we shouldn't do that. Listen, moving to a low carbon Dunedin isn't just about us doing our bit for world emissions. It's also about us being selfish, actually, selfish for ourselves, so that we here and now in our city can reap the real direct benefits that people see in their everyday lives. I don't think we talked much about those today. Rory talked about one, actually, related to quality of life, when he mentioned kids getting to school safely. That's such a priceless thing in any city. And in terms of economic development, actually, for those who are economic development focused, quality life and eco cities do and will continue to reap the benefits as we move forward. Think Copenhagen, Oslo, Freiburg, Vienna, even Paris and London, somewhere I used to live, is ahead of the game here. And I say that sitting here now, speaking to you currently in Indonesia, breathing some pretty horrific air, which segues into another understated point, I think. Carbon free, low carbon ambition improves our health, and I think Matt, who I looked at earlier in the public forum, alluded to this. Cleaner transport, like better public transport, walking, cycling, means less air pollution. Again, so understated. Cleaner air leads to fewer cases of asthma, heart disease. Councillor Chamber will know this, and other illnesses, helping people just live healthier lives, and we should all be aspiring to that. Surely nobody objects to that. Better health for your parents, your grandparents, and your children. It also strengthens the economy, investing in renewable energy, efficient buildings and modern public transport creates jobs, actually. It lowers energy costs and often pays for itself just within a few years. It's not just good for the environment, it's good for business, it's good for workers, it's good for families. Again, nobody should object to that. And finally, it makes our cities easier to get around. Well-planned cities with reliable public transport means less traffic. It means shorter travel times and safer streets. When people have better alternatives to driving everywhere, we reduce congestion and prevent numerous road accidents every year. Again, who can object to that? That's enough from me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Councillor Simms.
Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I'll foreshadow that I will be supporting this motion. Possibly my logic is a little bit different to some others. If you want buy-in from stakeholders, targets must be measurable, they must be understood, and most of all, they must be achievable. I'd like to thank and recognise Councillor Treadwell for his intelligent, articulate and considered advocacy for the environment. And in that respect, much more so than some that have gone before him. Councillor Treadwell's approach is far more likely to have effect than public submitters who turn up and label councillors who have different views to themselves as dicks. I strongly advocate for ratepayers' money to be spent on dealing with the impacts of climate change that threaten our community, rather than on lofty and patently unachievable goals, which are the domain of government decisions further up the line. And in particular, I'd like to make reference to the government abandoning the EV subsidies. The government abandoned EV subsidies not necessarily to save the billions of dollars that they were putting into it, but because they recognised that the advent of electric vehicles was coming no matter what they did. So the all of the money being spent globally by car manufacturers and research and development is being spent on the development of electric vehicles and nothing else. We've got brand new model cars coming to this country with 20-year-old engines in them because nobody's spending money on that. They're spending it all on the development of electric cars. And there's a parallel here to what I'm trying to say in terms of our council decisions, is that you can spend millions of dollars, in fact in that case billions of dollars, moving the needle forward slightly for an outcome that is coming anyway because the general consciousness of the population is changing. And in respect to one of them, in particular the public submitters that I took offence from this morning, I would like to note that both Councillor Lund and Councillor Vandervis both operate full electric vehicles. In Councillor Vandervis's case, he charges it with solar panels on his roof, and that my company is the second largest retailer of electric cars in New Zealand, and that's a position that has required millions of dollars in investment to achieve. So there are people around this table that are supporting. I know a lot of other councillors use electric vehicles as well. So I'll be supporting this because I think it represents an opportunity for us to adopt a target that is much more achievable, and for that sole reason I will. And I would thank again Councillor Treadwell for his advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Treadwell, would you like your right of reply?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try and take an opportunity to respond to all this good kōrero. Councillor Weatherall, I agree with you regarding unachievable targets, and that's exactly what we're hoping to achieve here with this target refresh, is more measurable and accountable. With regards to environmental considerations being embedded in most of our projects, that is true because of the zero carbon framework, and long may it continue. Councillor Gary, ka mihi for the kind words and for sharing that whakatauki actually. And change in behaviour is very difficult, but we have an opportunity here to help make it easier for some, I suppose, in ways that reduce emissions, which should be the kind of outcome we're looking for. Councillor Hall, thank you very much for the kind words and for seconding this motion. Good call on addressing accountability. Similarly, as I was responding to Councillor Weatherall, I think this gives us a more accountable version of this schema. And as I always say, please hold me accountable. Councillor Mayhem, I appreciate your call for the integration of the zero carbon plan. I think it's absolutely necessary, and there are probably more opportunities to increase that integration. Councillor Ong, I guess I'd like to clarify that what the zero carbon framework does is identify what are and are not effective interventions. So if we were to redirect investment funds to reduce emissions causes, the zero carbon framework is what we would refer to for that information. Councillor Chambers, as I understand it, you're advocating for the return of trolley buses, and I'm right there with you. I think that rules. Councillor Walker, we certainly shouldn't take our foot off the pedal. Possibly an ironic analogy, but extremely true. In the situation we find ourselves in, there's little risk of us doing too much, and my sympathy is that you're outside of the world's best city at present and have to contend with the strain of tropical Bali. Councillor Sims, thank you for the kind words, and I appreciate the contribution from your expertise side of things as well. That uptake really does give me hope. And we have a lot of divisive discussions around the table, but I think generally we are pulling in the right direction here. So as much as we can articulate our goals in a non-fractious way, I think that's a good thing. I do think we will need to really consider our ambition when this report comes back, which is going to probably be where the more robust discussion is, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
By division, please.
Okay, by division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Carried 9-2, and apologies for not doing you last.
That's fine. Thank you. I now move to item number 17, notice of motion, positioning Dunedin to benefit from the New Zealand-India Free Trade Agreement by attracting medical specialists from India. And as the Mayor noted at the beginning of the meeting, that for notices of motion we're doing 3 minutes for the mover and 2 minutes for any speakers after that. This is to be, Councillor Bennett-On has submitted the notice of motion pursuant to section 26.1 of Standing Orders. It's to be moved by Councillor On. Is there a seconder for the motion? There being no seconder.
Does no one want to support our seniors in the community? Councillor Lunge is not here. Councillor Vanderlist is not here. I need a mover.
Yeah, you
Vice Deputy Mayor, is the motion now lapses for want of a seconder?
Thank you, Ms. Graham. So
say that if I appreciate we don't have to, that would support.
I'm sorry, Councillor, you don't get to speak unless there is a seconder to the motion. And because there is no seconder, the motion lapses for want of a seconder. And so on that, I will declare the meeting closed at 5:22. Thank you, councillors, and thank you to the staff and the media and the members of the public who've managed to make it to the end. So thank you both.
That would be noted by our community that really wants this. If you don't appreciate that seniors want specialist treatment faster, then maybe you should speak to some of our seniors in the community.
I would have stopped it, but they had this.
Councillors online, I'm closing the meeting now. Thank you for attending.